So once again, good morning, and thank you for joining us to this hearing. Before I continue and put on record our agenda, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Let me acknowledge the virtual presence of our guests and resource persons for today's public hearing. From the Department of Energy, we have Director Rino Abad. From the Energy Regulatory Commission, Attorney Maria Corazon Hines. From the Philippine National Oil Company, Mr. Jesus Cristino Posadas. From the PNOC Exploration Corporation, Mr. Rolando Oliquino. From the Department of Trade and Industry, Engineer Mario Gaudiano, ASEC Ann Claire Cabotchan, and Director Luis Katibayan. From the Philippine Competition Commission, Attorney Ramon Juriel Sawit and Attorney Jared Rivera. From the Department of Budget and Management, USEC Rolando Toledo and ASEC Cristina Clasara. From the Department of Finance, OIC Undersecretary Valerie Joy Brion. From the National Economic and Development Authority, Mr. Edgar Basilio and Mr. Art Harin. From the Manila Electric Company, Mr. Larry Fernandez. From the Philippine Electric Plant Owners Association, Attorney Ranulfo Ocampo. From the Philippine Rural Electric Cooperatives Association, Attorney Goldelio Rivera. From Petron Corporation, Ms. Mia Santos de los Reyes. From Filipinas Shell Corporation, Mr. Paulo Gavino. From the Philippine Institute of Petroleum, Mr. Rafael Capinpin, with Ms. Gemma Licad. From the Independent Philippine Petroleum Companies Association, Mr. Fernando Martinez. From the Philippine Independent Power Producers Association, we have Ding Villamayor and Noel Somano. From the Philippine Independent Power Producers Association, we have Attorney Ann Istorco Montelivano with Ms. Cherry Javier. And from the Management Association of the Philippines, Mr. Ernesto Pantanco. And we also have from the DOE, USEC Gerardo Erguisa Jr. Everyone has been acknowledged, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ComSec. Today we have 3 items on the agenda, and item number 3 is the most important on the agenda, considering what we are experiencing this past few months, especially after the crisis in Ukraine. So item number 3 is, and let me just read it, specific solutions and programs of the DOE and relevant government agencies to mitigate the impact of the Russian-Ukraine crisis on Philippine oil supply and prices. So we live in a very uncertain time today, and with what's happening in Ukraine, a lot of disruptions is happening in the global oil and gas supply chain, and this uncertainty is definitely certain in the impact of oil prices globally, especially here in our country, considering again that we are importing almost 100% of our oil supply. So we want to discuss this issue today, and at the end of the day, we also want to listen to relevant agencies about their mitigating plans, their solutions, and also planning for the worst. It's important at this time to look at the worst case scenario, and we have the appropriate mitigating efforts to address the worst case scenario. Tangent to that, we also filed several resolutions. This is SRN 359, entitled "A Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Energy to Conduct an Inquiry in Aid of Legislation on the sufficiency of the Department of Energy's existing policy on the minimum inventory requirement for oil and petroleum products and the necessity of establishing a strategic petroleum reserve to ensure the security of our country's oil supply. And I think most of us have heard the Department of Energy mention that one of the solutions that they are proposing is the establishment of a strategic petroleum reserve. And we want to understand how this SPR can help our country mitigate the impending oil shocks, both in price and supply. We want to also understand the budgetary requirements, the timetable, and how to move forward. The other resolution that we are discussing today is SRN 360, entitled "The Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Energy to Conduct an Inquiry on the Implementation of Republic Act Number 8479, otherwise known as the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, with the end in view of introducing remedial legislation as may be necessary." Again, I've heard also in several news reports about the proposal of the Department of Energy and also some quarters on amending the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act. We also want to hear what specific amendments does the department have in mind? How will these amendments or how is this updating mitigate the impact of the Ukraine crisis, Ukraine-Russia crisis? How will this amendment improve the flow of oil as well as cushion the impact of international prices to our consumers? We also want to understand also how to move forward with this proposal of amending the Oil Deregulation Act. I've also heard from some quarters that a complete repeal is being proposed. We can also discuss that later on if that is beneficial. At the end of the day, any action on the RA should redound to the benefit of our consumers. So we want to also discuss the extreme case of repealing the law altogether. So with that, let me just repeat, today's very important agenda is to discuss the uncertainty created by the Ukraine-Russia crisis, and we are now feeling the impact of this crisis. To date, if we look at the global oil prices in the last 3 months, from $80 per barrel, it jumped up to 127.98 US dollars per barrel. That's a 60% increase in the last 3 months. And last December, actually November, December, we're already feeling some form of increase because of the improving situation against COVID. A lot of the nations have been opening up their borders. Singapore, Australia has opened up their borders to foreign tourists. It goes without saying that when you open up your economy, consumption of oil goes up and demand goes up. But coupled with the uncertainty in Europe, it created a much bigger jump to 60% in the last 3 months. This jump in oil prices has tremendous impact in our local finished product or local gasoline and diesel prices. The last 3 months, gasoline has risen by about 16% from 59 pesos per liter to 59 pesos per liter to 69 pesos per liter. Diesel, on the other hand, has increased by 24% from 47 pesos per liter to 58 pesos per liter. Obviously, the increase is not 1:1 basis because of the requirement for minimum inventory. But when that minimum inventory runs out, then we will feel a tremendous increase in diesel and gasoline. So we want to also discuss how to mitigate that increase moving forward. I've heard a lot of our presidentiables mentioned many shock absorbing mechanisms such as the revival of the OPSF. Of course, I propose to institutionalize the Pantawid Pasada, considering that we always use that every year. Might as well institutionalize that so that we can give the subsidy instantaneously. And I've heard a lot of presidentiables mentioning several shock absorbing mechanisms to relieve our customers with abrupt changes in pricing. So we can discuss that later on. But we will start off with a snapshot from the Department of Energy, and we will request the Department of Energy also to give us their proposals to mitigate the impact of two things. Number one, worst case scenario, we will have an impact on supply, and then number two, on pricing. And we're also joined by the DOTR, who is a very important player or very important agency in mitigating or cushioning the impact of higher oil prices. And then after the DOE, we would jump straight to the private sector because we're joined by several respected private sector um, oil industry players. My good friend, Mr. Fernando Martinez, is here to represent the independent Philippine petroleum companies. I truly believe that the best people to ask about what's happening in the global oil supply chain is to ask the private players because they have their money in the basket. So later on, after DOE, we will ask the private stakeholders to share with us their outlook or their forecast in oil supply as well as pricing. And then later on, we will go to the other government agencies in the list. So with that, we're very privileged to be joined by Attorney Rino Abad. Andyan. I think Asek Artisa is here. Or Yusek. Congratulations, Yusek, for your promotions. Dapat nagbo-blow out ka. We're joined by Yusek Artisa to represent the Department of Energy. And we call on the DOE for their presentation, briefing, as well as proposed solutions. And before that, we recognize the presence of Senator Amy Marcos, who's always present in our hearings. So, Yusek Artisa, you're recognized. Yusek, you're choppy. You're coming in quite
Yeah,
choppy.
gun- gandang umaga po. Good morning po. Naririnig na po ba ako?
Yan. Okay na ho. Okay na.
I turned off my video dahil mahina yata yung aking... Can we ask that our presentation be open? Magandang umaga po. We will be presenting you 4 items so dito. The current global situation, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, on how it impacts on what is happening right now, the international initiatives to address the situation, and steps taken by the country to address the oil problem. Next slide, please. Ang pagtaas ng presyo ng oil products ay dahil sa supply disruptions nangyayari sa
Yusek, you disappeared. Yusek?
next slide, please.
Yusek,
Yeah,
naputol
yes,
kayo.
yeah.
Can you repeat the first slide? You got cut.
I got cut.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
you're choppy po eh.
okay namin. Okay, so meron ho tayong problema sa supply and demand worldwide. Next slide. Kung nalaman ho natin last October 2021, we had problems in supply production also, and the demand was already increased. It increased very much. At that time, it's because mainly of the uh, economic activities. Kung malaw natin ang ating pandemic ay nasusolve na at that time. At ang economic activities ay nagdulot ito ng pangailangan ng energy. And what was hit most was the transportation sector. So to address the situation, OPEC committed 400 barrels a day, and the United States shale industry continued to do its part. However, this OPEC commitment of 400 barrels a day ay nag-produce sila ng 150 barrels a day lang, at last January, ang recorded production nila ay 10,000 barrels a day. Itong sa US shale technology na nagtutulot ng 13 million barrels a day ay bumagsak ng 11.3 million barrels a day noong 2019 at hindi na sila nag-increase ng kanilang production. Ito ay nagdulot ng kakulangan sa ating supply production sa buong mundo. Next slide. Pumasok ang problema ng Russia at Ukraine, at ang Russia ay nagsusupply ng around 5 million barrels a day, at ang 58% nito ay sinusupply sa European Union, at ang 31% ito ay it's being supplied to China, and the other countries in the Asia Pacific region that are being supplied out are South Korea and Japan. Next slide. This 58% that is being supplied to Europe is that portion in the production that is being made by Russia. That is affected by the war between Ukraine and Russia. Ito ang worst scenario po sa Pilipinas. Kung titingnan natin yung 31% na galing sa China, actually, ay hindi naman disrupted ito sa kanilang pipeline na bumubuo papunta sa Europe. But ang supply sa China ay ginagawa sa supply vessels at ang sarili ng yung pipeline sa China. So directly, wala tayong supply agreement sa Russia, wala tayong problema directly, but indirectly, pag ng disruption dito sa nanggagaling sa China and also from South Korea, Japan, yung 10% o ng past year natin or 8.9 billion, 4% no, or 6.9 billion liters sa gasoline, 5% jet fuel, LPG 2% last year. Ito yung worst scenario na pwedeng maapektuhan na sa atin dito sa Pilipinas. Next slide. Ito po yung presyo na nakikita natin na umepekto sa atin dito sa ating bansa. No? Noong 2021, March, ang presyo ng gasolina sa Dubai crude oil at $64 per barrel, ang gasolina is 48.13. Ang diesel ay 37.3, ang kerosene 43.88, 76.67 naman sa LPG. At nakita natin ito noong noong January sa presyong $73.19 per barrel. Ang gasolina naging 59.63. Ang diesel ay naging 47, ang kerosene 51.91 at ang LPG ay 87.27. At nung pumatak na ho yung increase na more than $80 per barrel, na ito yung ating ginagawang benchmark kung merong problema sa pagtaas ng crudo. Naging sa gasolina, 69.2 na siya, diesel 58.65, ang kerosene 62.21, ang LPG 96.67. At ito nga, March 14, nung pumatak na ang Dubai crude oil sa 120.34, tumaas ito ng 72.88 sa gasoline, sa diesel 64.50, kerosene 66.31, and LPG 96.67. Next slide. These are projections, more or less, no, based on the trend that happened previously from 70, 80, 90, and nung umabot na sa 100. No? So it is the price of gasoline at 100 based on previous prices, 71.07, diesel 60.62, kerosene 63.94, LPG 93.93. And sa 110, 74.70 ang gasoline, diesel 64.61, kerosene 67.57, LPG 100.5. At itong March 14 nga at 120, gasoline at 79.39, diesel at 73.73, kerosene at 73.16, and LPG at 106.33. And so on and so forth. Pagdating sa extrapolation, in the event na gumalaw yung sa merkado ang presyo to 125, 130, 135 at 140. And sa 140, we expect that gasoline will go as high as 86.72, diesel 81.10, and kerosene 80.50. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, what are the steps that are being taken po dito? First, globally, gaya ng sinabi, which is what I've said earlier, OPEC committed 400,000 barrels a day. However, OPEC has not lived up to its commitment. And the United States has not moved to produce more from its shale technology, but instead it stopped the supply that it's getting from Russia for reasons that has been said in the news. With respect to the supply that usually Iran provides the market or supplies the market, which is 700 barrels a day, hindi rin ito gumagalaw because of the sanctions against Iran. And arrangements are being made with Iran to comply with its accounting commitments on its nuclear materials with the IAEA. So nakausap nilang IAEA and they were given 3 months to comply with that. And hopefully, after that, they will implement, and these 700 barrels a day will go out to the market. Ito naman sa Venezuela, that 560 barrels a day, it is also covered by sanctions. So it's not being supplied in the market. So if this will also be sold, and this will be supplied in the market. This Iran and Venezuela in its totality will be about 1.260 million barrels a day. Next slide. Ito yung mga steps na ginagawa ho ng ating government, including the Department of Energy. But let me just stress that number one, as explained earlier, this is a global problem. And aside from being a global problem, it is unforeseen. This happened previously in the past, also in the 1970s, when there was embargo. This also happened previously in 2000, sometime in 2008, and in 2014. And from time to time, we get back to this, we're dragged to this kind of problem. And we see how fluctuating these fossil fuels are, especially itong crude oil. Year in, year out, ever since pag ganito nangyayari, the consumers are being affected extremely. And of course, from the government's perspective, these are the things that we are doing right now to address the situation. Sa DOE, we tried to talk to the various oil companies, and we were able to get discounts. No? The secretary has been meeting them from time to time, among others. No? Una, itong issue ng discount, at nagbigay naman ang mga oil companies, and these are posted in the websites. Then, as a whole of government approach, meron ho tayong the usual Pantawid Pasada that is being given to the transport sector. And with the representation of the secretary also in with the economic development team, this was recommended to be doubled. So itong 2.5 billion na to ay magiging 5 billion. And for the farmers and fisher folks, we also have a budget of 500 million as subsidy to them. And also through the recommendation of the Secretary Kusi, this was the additional 600 million was added into this. Of course, the DOE has been strictly monitoring the sufficiency and supply, the quality of what's being sold in the market, and seeing to it that there's no short selling. And we want to assure the public that our supply is sufficient. And what is really the problem is the cost of fuel. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, in the long term or medium term, we see number one that pakibalik this is not just a problem of the executive department. This is a problem, of course, that will be solved with the participation of all sectors in the government, because we see that we have a framework uh, where we have the objective of fair pricing, but still we are not unable to do that. We have a framework where we have the objective uh, competitive of a competitive market, but yet hindi natin nagagawa yan. May defect una yung sa competitive market natin if we have to see yung participation ng production suppliers natin. Nakikita natin na hindi ito free market, no? Hindi this is being controlled, and that really is causing mainly the disruption in the prices, no. And number two, nakikita natin that we cannot attain fair pricing under the situation. And we have proposed the following uh, to have it included, incorporated in the oil deregulation law. First, the unbundling of the price or the cost. Nakikita natin that we all depend on the world price market. But eventually, when the oil is sold in the market, there is an added amount to it in the retail market. And we do not know in actuality how this is actually being arrived at. Although historically, the Department of Energy sees what these additional amounts are that are added to the basic cost based on world market price. However, we believe that we could have deductions in this regard. And just to inform everybody, this unbundling of the price uh, was attempted by the Department of Energy to be solved or to be implemented. And the Department of Energy came out with a department circular to have the cost or price of oil unbundled. However, a some stakeholders or oil companies filed a case against the Department of Energy and was able to secure a temporary restraining order and eventually a writ of preliminary injunction. So this was never actually implemented. That's why the Department of Energy is opposing that this be incorporated in the law. Uh, so to give the teeth of the law, and we'll be able to know and unbundle what the prices really are, what the price really is, and we will be able to determine where we could also reduce the price. This similar to the concept of the unbundling that we uh, have been doing in the power sector on the cost of electricity. Secondly, uh, we are suggesting the inclusion of the minimum inventory requirement in the law. Although this is a policy already that is with us in being applied to give more teeth and to make it more defined, we are proposing that this be included in the law. This was previously included in the past in a previously nullified law, which is the predecessor of our oil deregulation law. But this time, we're suggesting that we incorporate the right components. And Director Rino of our Oil Management Bureau will discuss this later. And of course, we want to ask the Congress to give the government intervention powers or authority when there's spike and prolonged increase of prices or oil products. Isa sa nakikita ho namin dito ay siyempre yung pang-apat, nakita natin yung suspension of excise tax on petroleum products. No? So you already proposed this to the to Congress. No? But in lieu of this, with respect to this authority given to the government, siguro we will be able to give automatic subsidies, uh, identified subsidies in case the problems are like this one arise. And any other kind of intervention that will be acceptable in a free market. Of course, this will be subjected to be for deliberation uh, in uh, in Congress. Next slide. In addition to that, the long term, uh, the DO is proposing that we incorporate in the law also a Philippine Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Although the Department of Energy has already started this through a department circular. We all know that at this point, our oil industry is in the hands of the private sector. And all inventories, reserves are in the hands of the private sector. We don't have a platform in the framework where the government could be part in the problem solving. And a department circular, just like the unbundling concept, was issued by the Department of Energy and with respect to this strategic petroleum reserve. And the PNOC here is directed to do this, and the feasibility study is now in the process of being prepared. Kasi when we do this, of course, this will pass again Congress, no? And when budget is needed, it has to be evaluated by Congress. That's why the feasibility study is very important on how PNOC EC could participate in this endeavor, whether as a body that will earn or will just maintain its role to help provide a buffer for this kind of problems. So that will be part of the feasibility study, and that's being discussed right now. It's a work in progress now, uh, being done by the Department of Energy and the Philippine National Oil Company. And lastly, and most importantly, DOE continues the campaign to implement the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. We are advising everybody that in this kind of situation, we continue our efforts to conserve energy. And we would like also to mention the continuous efforts of the department to lay down frameworks for other sources of energy. As you are aware, we now have the on the policy level, on the executive policy level, the framework for the nuclear energy program. And the Department of Energy also is finalizing its hydrogen framework, having hydrogen as source of energy. We would like also to push what has previously been the electric vehicle because this will be also a solution to our dependence on fossil fuels or crude oil or diesel or gasoline. Next slide. Next slide, please. Let me just mention that the Department of Energy has been continuously meeting the oil companies to ensure, of course, number one, the supply. And in those meetings, oil companies has assured the Department of Energy that we have sufficient supply, and they have contracts to cover this. And so far, there have been no problems in the deliveries. So the DOE is seeing to it that the oil companies comply with the weekly minimum inventory requirement, that they continue to the delivery of petroleum products without incidents of any disruption. The OEA assures that there will be no pending permits or clearances that prevents or delays the importation of petroleum products. Next slide. Next slide, please. DOE also has got the support of the oil companies on the plan of DOE and PNOC to implement the static petroleum product, which I mentioned earlier. And DOE is conducting regular meeting updates with the oil sector. And DOE to ensure that the quantity, quality, and reasonable price is maintained. It regularly conducts gasoline station inspections. And DOE has so far wrote retail stores supplying, having some violations in terms of prices. And we have duly noted these stores, but these are isolated cases only. So may I ask Director Rino Abad to discuss the minimum inventory requirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We recognize Director Rino Abad.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the other members of the committee and to our guests and participants. Mr. Chair, the MIR now that is being implemented by the Department of Energy is anchored on two main regulations. Number one, we have the Executive Order number 134. This was signed on October 14, 2022 by President Arroyo in response to the ongoing US-Iraq conflict at that time. And in this EO, it provided a requirement to the private oil companies and bulk suppliers to maintain a sufficient minimum inventory of petroleum for purposes of ensuring continuity, adequacy, and stability of crude and fuel supply. So this is both crude and finished petroleum products. Corresponding to that, to complement the executive order, on January 20, 003 or 2003, January 20, 2003, the DU issued Department Circular number 2003-01-001, which was now which acted as the implementing guideline of the MIR, which sets the minimum inventory level requirement as follows. 30-day supply for refiners. This is a combination of crude oil and finished petroleum product. And we have 15-day supply for direct importers for already refined petroleum products. And special to the importer are the LPG importers, which were required to have 7-day supply. The definition, Mr. Chair, of day supply refers to the equivalent number of days of in-country stock of petroleum crude oil and products based on the average daily sales or liftings for the past 6 months. Penalties for non-compliance points to the violation of Section 12 in relation to Section 15 of Oil Deregulation Law and Section 5C of the DOE Act, or what we call the Republic Act 7638. And the proposed points of discussion, Mr. Chair, is that since neither the Republic Act 7638 nor the oil deregulation law provided for a categorical provision, both of those laws did not categorically provide a provision for the MIR specifically. Now, the proposal would be, the points of discussion in this, we propose to the Energy Committee is that would it be possible that the mandating of the minimum be provided for specifically in the oil deregulation law? And the second is that if it will be adopted, Mr. Chair, the requirement would be on a per company. So that would be basically the primary entry of petroleum products through refiner and direct importers. So itong dalawa pong mga major type of players ang i-require per company on a per depot and per product basis instead of a total country total product basis. So that would be in a nutshell, Mr. Chair, and we will explain further as you clarify, as you pose your clarifications. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director, and thank you to you, Secretary Kisa. Before I ask questions, to give us a macro point of view on where we are in terms of supply and pricing, we will jump straight to the private sector resource persons today. I know that the private sector, because they buy directly from the suppliers, will have a better understanding, an up-to-date information on supply and demand as well as pricing. And being in the business of oil supply and oil trading, they will have a better feel on where supply and the pricing will go in the next few weeks. So to give us that macro point of view, we will call on, let's start with Petron, represented by Ms. Mia Santos de los Reyes.
Good morning,
Ms. De los
Mr. Chair.
Reyes, you're
Yes, sir.
recognized.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
For Petron, Mr. Chair, as of the moment, we don't have any concern with supply. As reported earlier by the DOE, we don't have any term crude supply contract with Russia. So most of our crude requirement for the refinery is coming from the Middle East. So at least with respect to supply, we don't have any concern as of the moment.
Let me just ask Petron a question. No? I know that we don't buy from Russia directly, and as you mentioned, Petron does not buy from Russia directly. But in an event, worst case scenario, when the European countries will stop buying from Russia, obviously these countries will now have to source their supply from somewhere else. Let's say the Middle East. There might be a tendency that we will be crowded out. So I want to understand from Petron, when this worst case scenario happens, how strong and how certain is Petron in terms of buying crude from the Middle East, and will the contracts still hold whenever these sanctions will happen in the future? So I want to anticipate the worst case scenario, and I'm sure Petron has within your management has thought of this. No, so let me just give us an idea on the worst case scenario when the European countries stop buying oil from Russia.
So for one, we have long-term supply agreements with most of our crude suppliers. So probably that's one thing that we can highlight. So we don't do spot po kasi for obvious reasons, for not just for supply security but also for pricing purposes. So yun, sir, we have long-term crude supply agreement with most of our suppliers.
So even though European countries and the US will stop buying crude, there will be assurance that Petron will be able to get constant supply of crude oil coming to the Philippines.
Right now, sir, that's the scenario po. Probably pricing is a different matter because
Yeah.
Should that come yung ganyan situation, possibly there would be still implication on prices, but at least for supply purposes po.
Is there a need to increase the minimum inventory to 45 days or even higher? Because there are also proposals to increase it to assure the public that we will have constant supply in the country. Do you think there's a need to increase the minimum inventory requirement?
Sir, I'm speaking on behalf of Petron as a refiner. Right now, sir, kasi our minimum under the EO 134 and the implementing department circular, our minimum inventory requirement is already at 30 days. But given that we have crude in that mix, mas higit naman po sa 30 days yung aming minamaintain na supply na inventory. So at least for us, the total country full range of products including crude, hindi kami magkakaproblema with respect to the 30 days or even possibly 40 days. Our only concern there is the recommendation to maintain fixed number of days, say 45 or even 30 per product per depot. There are certain facilities, sir, that may not be able to um, hold or accommodate such number of days of inventory. There are inherent concerns, logistical concerns po in some of the facilities. So if it is going to be imposed, if it's going to be mandated, it may require huge capex or even inability of some of the players to comply because of the inherent constraints.
Yeah, I was actually going to go to that next question as a next question, is the depots and logistical concerns, no? Because even though we increase it, let's say from 30 days to 45 or even higher, no, we will not feel it immediately because of the inventory facility constraints, no? Because you need time to build those facilities. But I just want to get an understanding on availability of supply domestically and the assurance from Petron, which is a big oil company, that there is ample supply within the country, within our shores, and supply will not be disrupted because of, number one, you have existing physical inventory here in the Philippines, and then number two, you have stable contracts that can assure constant supply. So my first question is, I want to keep it simple lang, no? I know that maraming products yan eh. So what you're saying is, inside the country, we have at least minimum of 30 days supply
At any given time, Mr. Chair.
at any given time. And do you see the need to increase it to 45 or even higher, given that you have looking at your supply contracts, looking at the reliability of your suppliers? I know you buy from very established suppliers, do you see the need, at least from Petron's end, to increase the minimum inventory requirement? Because increasing it also entails cost. You know, you have
That's right,
carrying
sir.
costs, you have facility costs, you have OPEX. You know? So do you see the need to increase it?
Um, that's something, sir, that we have to really balance because we have to also take into account the possibility of the volatility of prices in the international market and the exposure that this will give oil companies should we opt to maintain higher level of inventory. We don't know really if the situation will persist for a long time. If that is the case, then better. But what if the prices would drop dramatically? So that's a different story. Those are the things, sir, that we have to also take into consideration.
So in other words, you don't see an immediate need to increase it beyond 30 days.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, at least again, at least for Petron, we have that already in place. 30
Yeah.
days at least. So, but the others, I think that's going to be very difficult. And if it's going to be implemented immediately, may not be able to be uh, complied with. May not be feasible even immediately. And again, sir, I'd like to highlight, sir, my earlier point that for some facilities it may not be feasible.
Yes. No, we'll talk about the details later on, but I just want to get a macro point of view from Petron's angle, from Petron's view on the supply side, no? Because we want to assure the public that there is ample supply at least in the next 30 days. No? But with this really huge uncertainty in Ukraine, 30 days might not be enough because it is different. It's the war can be protracted and can take long, unlike supply and demand shocks. Supply normally catches up with demand, but in this particular case, it's a wider geopolitical issue. No? So my first initial reaction is 30 days might not be enough. But at least as of this point, from Petron's view and from Petron's inventory, we have 30 days supply. Tama po?
Yes, sir, that's
Yeah.
correct, sir.
Thank you, Miss Mia. We'll go back to you later on, no, as we go along. Now we
Thank
call
you.
on Mr. Gavino of Shell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Senator Win.
Yes, good morning, Paulo.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. You may give us a macro point of view on the supply and the supply side of Shell, the
Thank you, sir.
supply issue of Shell.
Sir, you've ended the Petron discussion on days cover. So Shell being now a 100% importer of finished petroleum products, we do have at any given time an average day cover of 25 to 40 days. So that's roughly about 32 days stock cover versus the 15 days stock cover required of importers like Philippine Shell. And that's split across about 60% of that would be diesel, about 25% of that would be gasoline, and jet kero would form the balance of that. So Senator Win, in terms of days cover, we are comfortably above. Again, as mentioned, around 32 days cover at any given time. In terms naman po of sourcing, we import our finished products from nearby countries like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. And this is all facilitated. We stand on the strength of the Shell Trading network in terms of sourcing our fuel products. Senator Win.
Thank you. So, Paulo, what you're saying is at any given time, you have 32 days inventory in the country.
Yes, sir. Doon po naglalaro. And it's really because of economic drops. we really have to get more than what we need to comply because again of the economical quantities that we need to bring in as imported fuel products.
And then, do you buy any of your finished products from Russia?
Philippine Shell, sir, no. Again, as mentioned po, the usual refineries we are sourcing it from would be Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore.
Yeah, but these countries also buy their crude from Russia. So, indirectly, are we buying anything from them?
Sir,
From
based
Russia?
sir, based on the data we have, bulk of the when we were sourcing from Chinese refineries, they were the ones that were bulk importing from Russia. And for the refineries we're sourcing now, in terms of exposure, it's minimal po in terms of Russian oil.
All right, because what I'm driving at is, from what I heard from Petron, they're very confident and they can assure the public that there will be constant supply of crude no matter what, no? Because of the stability of their strength of their contracts, as well as the reliability of their suppliers. In terms of Shell, can we get an assurance that in an event that there will be embargoes against Russia, we will still get constant supply of refined products bought by Shell?
Generally, Senator Win, yes, we do have long-term fixed contracts with our diversified set of suppliers for finished products. And again, as mentioned po, we are standing on the strength of the Shell trading network globally in order to source our supplies coming to the Philippines.
Thank you. Do you see the need to increase the MIR?
Sir, for importers, at 15, sir, kami, sir, as mentioned, we are already comfortably above 15. So, and again, that's driven more because of the economics of bringing in larger parcels for import.
But moving forward, because one way to address supply disruptions is to increase the obviously to increase the inventory within the country, having that assured inventory within the borders of our country. You see the need to do that? Let's say from 15 to 30 to even 45.
So, sir, from a Shell view, and I can't speak for the other players, but from us, we're actually benefiting. In case there would be delays, we do have that cushion po of around 17, 16 days of inventory above the 15 days. So there are benefits to maintaining above the 15 days, Mr. Chair.
With your I get that you don't see the need. No, I think that's your indirect answer.
Yes, sir.
From your global outlook, Shell is a well-respected international company. You have offices and analysts, including geopolitical analysts all over the world. What's your forecast with this geopolitical event? I know Shell is you have your own CIA within your company, no, because that's how big you are. But just give us, if you can, no, and if you have the permission, just what's a global outlook in terms of oil supply, considering that this geopolitical issue in Europe is creating a lot of uncertainty. Will this go on, let's say, until April, until May? What is the global outlook? I want to pick the brains of Shell because you have a huge, no, huge global arm, and I want to see how you are forecasting your supply of oil.
Senator Win, thank you po for the question. In terms of, so we are disallowed from speculating, but what I can share po would be things that are coming out of the analysts' data that are coming off subscriptions from Reuters, etc. So, sir, again, their main question would be supply. And nabanggit na rin po ng DOE kanina that hopefully lumuwag based on what is happening. USA looking at its shale oil production, ramping it up, talking to Iraq for increase as well. And there are also reports that in terms of spare capacity, na tipong at the drop of a hat, figuratively, they can tap their spare production. That would be number one, Saudi Arabia, and number two, that would be UAE. And we're talking anywhere from 2 to 3 million barrels of oil a day in terms of capacity that they can turn on almost instantly. Sir, we're also looking at OPEC plus producers who are still struggling, like the likes of Angola, Nigeria, who are impacted by the situation as well. But generally, sir, again, it's really about supply and the tightness of it. The tightness of which we've actually saw already, even before the Russia-Ukraine conflict started. Kasi nga po, the sudden opening of global economies vis-a-vis the low production of OPEC exacerbated that tightness supply and again amplified pa nga po ba this Russia-Ukraine conflict. How long does the conflict, Russia-Ukraine conflict, sir, we're also monitoring day by day. We do have people on the ground. There's a Shell Ukraine, Shell Russia outfit based on the ground. And number one, we're looking at after the safety of our people. But number two, po, in terms of projection, they're saying it's anyone's guess how long this will take. Anyone's guess though po, on how long this will conflict will really last.
So, but based on your international information and analysis, no matter how long the conflict will happen, what you are saying is there are about 2 to 3 million spare, 2 to 3 million barrels per day spare that can be ramped up
Yeah,
at
that
any
only
given time.
for Saudi and UAE lang po yun, sir. But they're top of the top anyway in terms of producers. Yes, sir. And then,
So
sir,
in
you're
terms
looking. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
no, go ahead, Paolo, go ahead.
And then, yung nga po, USA, given that crude oil prices has surpassed the economics of shale oil, maybe in the next, if it's protracted, because there is a lead time to activate shale production, we can see US shale oil coming into the market as well on a protracted environment.
So how
Because the,
much, what is the projection for the shale in terms of capacity? More or less lang. Just
Sir, I don't have the number right now, but it's huge, sir. Because in fact, when shale
about
oil was,
about a million or
so I can't give a number, sir, but we know it's significant and it has impacted pricing and supply when it was at its peak, sir.
yeah, because based on the DOE data, the shale production has dropped about 1.7 million. So I would assume that 1.7 can be brought back to the market.
Yes, sir.
So
Kasi they operate at above the $110 per barrel threshold before it becomes really economical to reactivate.
so what you're saying is shale plus Saudi capacity, we're looking at approximately 4 to 5 million barrels that can be injected in the market.
You can say that, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paulo. We call on, thank you very much for that. We call on my good friend, Mr. Fernando Martinez, representing the Independent Philippine Petroleum Companies Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and soon to be re-elected Senator Sherwin. I have some slides also to present.
Yes. Yeah. We would love to see that. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, the Independent Philippine Petroleum Companies Association, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, is composed of around 14 companies and supply companies participated since 1998 as the start of all the regulation. That's already 25 years ago. Now, on the issue of supply, there is supply, but as we know, it's tight. The countries who depended on Russia crude, like Europe, they'll have to get their crude because of the sanctions somewhere else. Unfortunately, as discussed earlier, Russia as a key member and not releasing the reserve capacity. And even if the Iran sanctions are lifted now, the additional production is only around 1 million barrels a day, and will be short by approximately 3.6 million barrels per day. Incidentally, Mr. Chairman, the requirement of the Philippines is only around 450 to 500,000 barrels every day. Now in Asia, the global demand is increasing amid diminishing COVID fears, and Vietnam continues to seek volumes amid problems in their refinery. Indonesia and Malaysia will increase stock building ahead of Ramadan by April. In Europe and USA, demand has improved as cold temperatures seen in early February has passed, but it remains to be seen if $100 crude prices and geopolitical tensions will begin to impact consumers. Now, for the immediate, we support the suspension of excise tax, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, because the excise tax in diesel alone is 6 pesos per liter, 10 pesos for gasoline. Also, we would like that the excise tax be reimbursed for the shipments with local, which already paid for by the companies. Because if you're not going to be reimbursed, it will not encourage the fuel importers to immediately pass on the whatever what so-called old price that they're saying, but when in reality, there's no such oil price. Because what we're selling is determined on a average monthly, Mr. Chairman. Ito po minsan hindi naintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Kala nila physically na yung produkto. Hindi po. Yan po ay madidetermine pa lang after 1 month average. And another thing, yung sinasabi natin na excise tax, pag tinignan po ninyo, meron pa po yung 12% VAT. So yung excise tax ay subject pa rin sa VAT. Kaya pag tinignan mo yung presyo since January, February tapos tumaas na, ang sinasabi nga natin, dahil sa pagtaas ng presyo ng langis at gasolina, ay ang laki na nung nakuha sa VAT. Kaya kahit isuspend mo ngayon yung excise tax, hindi po gaano kalaki ang nawala sa government kasi malaki na yung itinaas at napulektang value-added tax. Ngayon, because of this thing, kailangan na rin around 15 billion additional working capital sa pag-import ng the same volume of petroleum kasi ang itinaas na natin nasa 40% na ng increase. And smaller fuel importers may need to source additional capital to import their fuel supply to prevent bigger players from having a monopolistic hold on the local supply. And sana masuspend din ang pagtaas ng interest rates. And we're glad that the central bank is maintaining its interest rate policy. I think what is needed, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, is to now review the biofuels law. Because you may not know it, the ethanol that we are adding 10% to gasoline is impacting at least 1 to 150 per liter. Ang presyo po ng local price is 64 per liter. Pero ang imported price ay 43. Imported price ng ethanol. Kaya 21 pesos per liter. When we participated in the biofuels law, kasama si Migs, congressman pa si Senator Migs, at also running for election, I hope he's going to win like you, malaki ang difference kasi nung ginagawa yan, 2 to 3 pesos lang per liter ang agreed difference between imported and domestic. Ngayon, ang laki na, 21 pesos per liter. Kaya jackpot yung mga gumagawa ng ethanol. And yet, yung pong kanilang component na ginagawa, imported na rin, I understand. Another, Mr. Chairman, is yung cocoa metal ester. Yung CME, which is 2% added to diesel, also impacts 75 cents to 90 cents per liter. On the issue, Mr. Chair, on the increase of monthly inventory to 30 days from 15 days, hindi po realistic physically as pointed out by other players. Simply because of the physical limitation. Aside from that, magiging double ang working capital. We have to remember, it takes only 5 to 7 days to travel between the major supply route, halimbawa Taiwan, at where we are getting a lot of our finished product, ang Japan a little more, and Singapore, at saka Korea. So, hindi po problema na dadagdagan mo, dodoblehin mo kasi, again, physically, mabigat yung requirement na mag-double ka ng inventaryo aside from the working capital. Dito po naman sa proposal ng unbundling, actually we do not see much benefit if to see and analyze kung ano yung mga price component kasi matagal naman na pong it has been there, you know. In the submittal to DOE, alam na naman nila kung anong mga components niyan aside from the product cost, from transportation, from operating. Kaya lang mayroong limitation ang mga companies in terms of non-competing at saka mga disclosures. Kaya nahihirapan ang mga kumpanya. And of course, another company, stop it by a court order. On the regulation of local price of oil industry, definitely we are saying that is not good for the government itself and the consumers, Mr. Chairman. For those who lived in the 70s na until 1998, nung pong regulated pa, napakalaki ng disruptions sa oil industry. At siguro 3-4 na countries na lang ang nag-regulate ng oil. Yan po ay Iran, North Korea, at to some extent Venezuela. Even Russia deregulated. And lately, kahit yung Indonesia na fuel producer, I have to deregulate kasi napakalaki ng lugi ng government. The government cannot afford to subsidize huge losses during the period of global price drive. Kasi po nung 1991, nung magkaroon po ng deficit ang OPSF, way back, kasi 1998 ang 1998 yung oil deregulation law. Yung buong proceeds ng Petron, privatization, napunta lang yung several billions, Mr. Chair, sa pag-reimburse sa oil deregulation sa OPSF. Kaya yung pera na dapat ay naibalik sa PNOC para gumawa sana ng mga storage ng at least 5 to 10 million barrels or strategic storage, which I recommended at the start of the Duterte administration, hindi po nangyari, sayang. So kung merong additional na 10 million barrels na storage within PNOC facilities, meron po sila sa Bataan, meron sila sa Batangas. Pagkatapos ang bibili, and I think it's worth studying by the committee in consultation with the DOF and the monetary board, baka pwede yung $1 to $5 billion in dollar reserves ay gawin mo ng crude. Nang sa ganon, kung nung $40 lang per barrel when I was proposing it, ngayon $100 na. So sana $60 per barrel ang kinita ng central bank for the barrels. And it's the same money, Your Honor. That is the same government fund. So we are opposed to going back to regulation because it will bring chaos again to the market and it will subject the government kasi ang mangyayari niyan, para kang nagso-subsidize doon sa mga malalakas gumamit ng gasolina. Mayayaman po yun, Mr. Chairman. Instead of devoting it to education, to health, to social services, mariredirect yung pera ng gobyerno para mag-subsidize. No? So, yan lang po, Mr. Chairman, ang mga punto na sinasabi namin. And of course, we support the proposal, as I said, with the National Strategic Petroleum Reserves na pag-aari lahat ng gobyerno, pati facilities na sana nagawa na nung pa. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that very insightful and comprehensive suggestion, and also honest. No, and we need honesty in this quest to find solutions, because those that we cannot implement and those that are not practical, then there's no point on wasting so much time to implement it. And like I said, the best people to ask about what is the best way forward are those people who are in the business of oil distribution and trading, because they have their skin in the game. No? Kumbaga, may puhunan kayo dyan. So it's important to ask what are the practical solutions to address possible supply shocks and also mitigating price aberrations. So with that, let me just ask a few questions to Mr. Martinez. You mentioned about supply. How about on pricing? Any suggestion on how to caution our consumers from the abrupt changes in pricing, especially going up? Going down is no problem. The OPSF was meant to caution the abrupt changes of oil prices whenever it goes up. But since you mentioned earlier that it is the OPSF is in effect subsidizing the rich and the people who consume high volume of oil, what do you think is the best mechanism to caution the impact of price aberrations? Mr. Martinez? Mr. Martinez? Mr. Fur?
Mr. Chair, sorry for that. That's why Senate and the Congress had anticipated that mechanism by saying that the
You're choppy.
$80. Ang sa akin po,
Can you repeat it? Medyo choppy ho kayo.
as we are saying, okay na? Okay na po ba?
Yan. Okay na.
Okay. There is a mechanism already set, but instead of 3 months average, dapat 1 month or 2 weeks average na mag $80, suspended na yung specific tax. Mr. Chair, 6 pesos yan sa diesel, 10 pesos sa gasolina. And before, as you will recall, ang fuel hindi subject sa VAT. So, pag kinumbine mo yan, dalawang yan, abot sa present case, nasa sa more than 15 to 17 pesos. Kaya nga, as I was saying earlier, maski isuspend mo yung specific tax na 6 pesos, that means to say, yung price na itataas tomorrow, which is around 6 pesos according to some announcement, the diesel and another 12 sa gasolina, immediately manigate yun pag tinanggal mo yun. Yun po ang sinasabi natin. So hindi na kailangang gawa pa ng ibang mga bagay. And of course, I support the targeted subsidy to jeepney drivers, bus operators, at saka po sa fisherman kasi mas matipid, makakatipid ang gobyerno doon kasi the 5 billion pesos in subsidy is madaling ma-recover pagdating doon sa value added tax na tumaas na ng husto kasi dati ang basis lang yan based on 25 pesos na product cost. Ngayon po ang basis na natin 55 ang landed cost kaya umaabot ng 60 to 65 sa pump price. So yun po ang nakikita kong immediate solution is to immediately if the president can issue within his authority and the specific taxes the 3 products or 4 products, bawa, diesel, gasolina, at saka LPG. Malaki pong bagay yun, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have the computation on how much in excess the VAT collections are as of this point? Because what you're saying is because of prices going up, obviously VAT collection has gone up also. But do you have any number as to how much the VAT collections are right now?
Palagay ko po, Mr. Chair, meron po kaming mga ilang number and we can supply you but the DOF will have a better number. Si Joey Salceda, I hear him saying that in excess na nga yung collection nila sa petroleum as against the original projection. So I guess the DOF will be in a better position to see magkano yung naging increment kasi po 50% na yung itinaas ng petroleum products, Mr. Chair. So ang laki nun pagdating dun sa VAT incremental taxes.
Well, we have DOF here. We'll ask DOF later on. But that's a very good point, no? Because the VAT is tied up to oil prices. So whenever oil prices go up, the VAT collection also goes up. So in other words, what we're seeing right now, most likely the VAT collections have already hit beyond its target. So we can use the excess either to give us Pantawid Pasada or suspend excise tax altogether because the VAT alone is already sufficient in terms of target.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll ask DOF later on. DOF is here, so please be ready with that number later on. So the other question I have, Mr. Fur, is the supply on the supply side. No, I know that the independent players have grown tremendously. And the independent players now is about 40% of the market, no? And that's quite no, not 40, no, but 52% of the market. So half the market is from the independent players. In terms of stability of supply, and the reason why some quarters are suggesting to increase the MIR is to have that stability of supply. However, the independent players, as we all know, are smaller, no, and have very limited capital. My question is, if we increase the minimum inventory level, will the independent players manage to comply with the increase in minimum inventory levels? And what do you suggest if they cannot comply with the with the expanded MIR?
First of all, Mr. Chair, sinasabi ko nga na impractical yon because 15 days alone, it takes only 3 to 7 days sailing time from the major refineries around the region. So, hindi mo kailangan na physically i-store dito sa Pilipinas yung more than 15 days. Number 2, tataas lalo ang presyo kasi it will require additional capital. Ang sinasabi pa natin, ito actual experience, Mr. Chair. Dalawang digmaan na yung nakita natin diyan sa Middle East. Iran versus Iraq. Karoon ng tension. Nung i-invade ang Iraq ng US, meron na naman ganyan. Panahon po ni dating Middle East, naging DNR Secretary. Ni-require po kami, in-encourage kami na doblehin. Alam niyo yung mga nagdoble ng inventory, I will not mention the company, just after 3 days, bumagsak ang presyo. Kaya yung punto kanina ng Petron, sinong mananagot pagka bumagsak ang presyo? Mabuti kung government ang mag-i-increase at mananagot ng increased inventory. They shouldered a lot of losses, Mr. Chair. Kasi nga, mabilis na resolve. At kahit naman sinasabi natin, hindi naman problema talaga ang supply. Kasi around the neighbor, it only takes 5 to 7 sailing days para makuha. Sila po maraming storage sa Singapore, maraming storage sa South Korea, maraming storage sa Japan. Ang importante, may pambili ka. So, supply is not a problem for as long as you have the money to buy. Yan lang po, kailangan may pang-LC ka, Mr. Chairman.
But it's also the same in the same token that if government will buy the petroleum and store it for strategic purposes, when prices go down, then government will bear the losses.
Mr. Chair, pagka ang suggestion diyan, ang strategic stockpile is on the basis of crude. So, you don't need to dispose it immediately. Even ilang taon mo po yan. Hindi kagaya ng diesel, hindi kagaya ng gasolina, may expiry. Pero pagka crude, ang in-store mo, and there is a supply or buyback arrangement with a refiner, limbawa, may price reference. Ito yung sinasabi ni Governor Say nung nag-uusap kami dyan ng Central Bank. Sabi niya, for as long as you can assure me that I liquidate at a certain price point, pwede. You have $100 billion in reserve. Other countries are doing that already, Mr. Chair. You don't need to put your reserves not just in dollar, also in gold, etc. But hindi mo gawin yung black gold, no? You can just imagine, sabi ko nga, kung nung namili tayo nung kasagsagan ng mura at meron kang 10 million barrels na in-store na finan ng central bank as a form of reserve, kumita na siya ng $600 million by now kasi $40 lang per barrel eh. Ngayon, $100 na. And I'm sure our local refiner will be able to buy it specifically, lalo na kung discount to dyan dahil nandito na. Ang cost lang is carrying cost, and which PNOC would like to do sana. Kinapos lang ng time nung 4 years ago, kasi 4 years ago namin pinag-uusapan nila Admiral Lista yan eh. And I'm sure my proposal is there with them now to convert several lands in Bataan and in Batangas for a storage strategic reserves. Nandiyan po sa kanila yung proposal. That was 4 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. No, in the same token, but the prices of crude also goes up and down. And
Yes, sir.
even though you can store it for a long time, but you might be left holding the bag if prices go down, especially during the pandemic time, prices have even reached negative territory. So don't
Kaya
you think
nga,
it's also risky in the government, for the government to go into the business of oil trading, even crude?
Mr. Chair, safer ang crude because as you can see, ang magiging issue lang dyan ay yung storage cost. But unlike diesel, meron kang shelf life o kaya gasolina. But in the case, that's why all other countries, yung mga major industrialized countries, talagang malaki ang kanilang storage capacity by 2050. Ngayon, kung ang requirement natin sa isang buwan ay 10 to 12 million na barrels a day, palagay ko kaya naman yan kasi our refining capacity now is 2 million barrels a day. So hindi naman talaga lahat crudo. So ang mix ngayon is nasa sa 60% na ngayon ay imported na refined. And then yung 40% lang naman talaga ang nare-refine. So it's a lot safer than the risk of having $150 per barrel na crude. So kaya pong absorbin. Just like gold, Mr. Chair, tumataas, bumababa. So, but if the monetary board and the central bank and the president will consider, mas malaki po ang plus sign natin, no? Kung meron tayong sariling storage at pupondohan ng gobyerno kasi at the end of the day, it is for the welfare of, for the general welfare and the stability of our fuel, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for those insights. We'll get back to you
Martinez,
later on. No, I have a few more questions, but we want to give some of our source persons some time to discuss their views. We want to call on Philippine Institute of Petroleum, Mr. Kapinpin.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair?
Kapinpin?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
go
good
ahead.
morning. Yes, Mr. Chairman, in behalf of the members of PIP, I think two of them spoke already, Shell and Petron. The other members are Caltex, Total, PTT, and Isla. I think most of the sentiments expressed are very consistent with our position. No? On the MIR, Mr. Chair, we feel that it is sufficient already because as rightfully mentioned by Mr. Martinez, the neighboring countries are just 3 to 5 days sailing time, you see. I think what is important is long-term supply contracts. Don't actually need to have it in the country. What you need are supply contracts that are stable. Now, I think many reasons have been given already on MIR, no? If you increase it now, Mr. Chairman, you will cause a spike in prices because prices are demand driven. So if everybody starts buying double the requirement, and then you exacerbate the prices. Second, as mentioned already, it entails capex for storage and carrying costs, no, assuming you can afford it. Now, when capex and opex increases, that causes a demand for more margins. So again, it exacerbates the problem. And then third one, as pointed out by my colleagues earlier, it is raising the barrier to entry. So rather than promoting more investments from small players, we are raising the barrier once again. No? So maybe some of them may not be able to afford it. So it may be counterintuitive, Mr. Chairman. Now, on the price unbundling, so let me just mention, currently, the Department of Energy can effectively calculate this already. So they calculate the imported components, the local biofuel components, the local taxes and forex. And thus the balance for them will be the company take or the recovery of the oil company. Now, if you further unbundle this, then you are exposing company secrets already. And of course, it will also force them to, to violate their non-disclosure agreements. You see, so, we feel that unbundling this will be used to pressure, as mentioned na kanina, to pressure directly or indirectly the oil companies to lower their prices. Now, this is price control already, Mr. Chairman. Now, comparing that to the power sector is to some extent a limited monopoly in their franchised area. Wala naman silang kalaban sa franchise area nila. Thus, they need to unbundle. Unlike, the oil players, they don't have franchised areas. So, they're not a monopoly. Now, doon sa supply, Your Honor, I think our members have expressed already that, like any global commodity, there will be supply. But the premium is getting higher because everybody is competing for supply, Your Honor. So, sabi nga ni Mr. Martinez, ihanda nyo lang yung wallet nyo. May mabibila naman. But that is the function of the trading arms. Most of our members have trading arms. And they have told us that, yeah, it's getting to be tight, but just be prepared to pay premium and you can buy it. Yun lang po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kapinpin. I have a few questions, no, and I just want to pick your brains on this one. Mr. Fur mentioned this already, and in increasing the minimum inventory requirement, there are constraints, no, for the proponent. Number one is carrying cost. Number two is storage. What if we look at a model wherein government will take care of the carrying cost, take care of the storage, as what Mr. Martinez suggested 4 or 5 years ago, but allow the companies to import freely and do the procurement themselves? Because I am not very comfortable with government procuring oil by itself. We all know what happens during procurement. And if we can veer away from government procuring the oil products, whether crude or refined, that will be a much better model, in my view, because procuring government procuring anything, it's quite controversial. So is that model a workable model wherein government takes care of the carrying cost by way of subsidies, and then building more storage facilities so that proponents can use those storage facilities in an event of potential supply disruption? No, because what we want is expandable capacity so that we can address supply disruptions. Is that model workable?
Yeah, I think that model is, something to be considered. That is a bit unique. The government owns the storage facilities and then the players will fill it up. Now, I think, having said that, I think we need to learn from those countries with SPRs or increased MIRs. Because I think, maybe I'm wrong, but, I think the secret behind this is that you need to decouple it from the oil industry itself, you see. So, no involvement from walang equity yung oil industry. You need to decouple it para walang vested interest. But of course, the government can probably tap the trading arms. Yeah, because it is the oil companies who have the trading expertise. So, yeah, it's something to be considered, Mr. Chair. Something to be considered.
Thank you for that. No, because we're trying to set up some form of supply buffer in the Philippine context, looking at weaknesses of our government procurement system, weakness of our political culture. We're trying to find a model. The basic tenet here, or the basic principle, is how do we assure the public of constant supply in events like this, no, where you have great uncertainty in supply and pricing. No? So we're looking for that model.
I think the other consideration, Mr. Chairman, if you're thinking about it, is that if you want to encourage the players to put up these storage facilities, some sort of investment perks. I don't know how it works. Maybe you can give tax credits for tank construction, and then for products that will be stored as an SPR, no excise, no VAT, something like that, permutations of that, so that it will encourage these investors to put up these storage facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Kapinpin. Yeah, I still have a few questions for you also, but let me go on to the other resource person so that we get their views also. We call on Okay, we call on the DOTR to give us an update on the Pantawid Pasada, because this is our loan shock absorbing mechanism for our consumers. We don't have any policy instrument that can caution the impact to our consumers. The only one we have is the Pantawid Pasada. No, and I've been calling for the quick implementation of this, because the rise in fuel prices is faster than how government is moving and distributing subsidies. So the essence of this subsidy is to caution them from high or abrupt price increases. So we want to get an update from DOTR insofar as the implementation of Pantawid Pasada. So we call on Mr. Reynaldo Gatchalian of the DOTR. DOTR, are you there, Mr. Reynaldo Gatchalian?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go
This
ahead.
is Joey Pantawid, another staff po from the Department of Transportation from the road sector.
Yes.
On behalf of Sir Ray po, no, I would just like to provide few updates on the implementation of fuel subsidy program, yung 2.5 billion under the 2022 budget. So last Friday po, Mr. Chair, we already received the 2.5 billion budget from the Department of Budget and Management, and we expect to implement download the specific 6,500 subsidies po to around 370,000 public transport drivers and operators within this week. Yung buses and jeepneys po yung target because we already have an existing mechanism. And then within this week and next week, the other modes of transportation po that are covered by the special provisions will already receive their subsidies, because card printing with land bank is also will also be facilitated po para yung mga succeeding implementation natin will be much easier. So we would just like to note po, Mr. Chair, that based on the special provisions of the GAA, we also needed to wait for the 3-month average na mag-reach yung $80 per barrel, and based on the DOE certification, na-reach lang po yung $80 per barrel 3-month average nung December to February of this year. Kaya March po nag-start na yung facilitation of the budget, etc., and we received the funds last week. So today and tomorrow po, we expect na yung around 100 plus thousand po nating jeepney drivers and operators maloload na po sa kanilang Pantawid Pasada cards yung 6,500. And then we'll continue with the other beneficiaries po, Mr. Chair.
So what is the target number of drivers to be given Pantawid Pasada?
Based on the numbers po from the LTFRB as the implementing agency, we have around 377,000 po currently. But we are still in coordination po with DILG for the tricycles and with DTI for the delivery service riders, because yung pong final master list are with them, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's go with the Jeep first, no? Because in Jeep, let's go with the Jeep first. So when do you plan to complete this 377,000 distribution of Pantawid Pasada?
Mr. Chair, for the jeepneys po, we already have a mechanism since 2018. So as I've mentioned po, we expect yung downloading of funds sa kanila today or tomorrow. So nag-start na po tayo no weekend, Mr. Chair, with the preparations with Land Bank. So ngayon po, ikine-credit na po dun sa kanilang mga Pantawid Pasada cards, yung around 130 plus thousands po natin na jeepney drivers that are covered. So since 2018, 2019, and 2021, meron po kasing pumapasok dyan sa mga cards na yan. So it's really easier because we have the mechanism already.
So in other words, itong 377, we will be distributing it, tama ba, within the week? We will complete it within the week?
Mr. Chair, only 136,000 po out of the 377. Yung 377,000 po kasi is the universe of all the beneficiaries. So that includes buses, UV Express, taxis, shuttle services, yung tourist transports, and TNVS po. The other po, within this week and next week, kasama na po yung card production and card distribution. Kasama na po yung downloading of funds. We expect it to happen this week and next week po.
So in 2 weeks, in other words, in 2 weeks, we will complete the 377.
That's the target po, Mr. Chair, and as committed din po by LTFRB and Land Bank po.
Okay. Sa jeepney, walang tayong problema, no? I understand from your briefing now that the only problem is the other drivers like TNVS, taxi, they don't have the cards, the Pantawid Pasada cards. Tama ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, kasi if we remember po yung train law, jeeps po talaga yung covered niya. So in 2018, 2019, and 2021 implementation of Pantawid Pasada, sila lang po talaga yung meron ng existing cards. But actually po, Mr. Chair, for the other modes of transportation, para mapabilis po, ang ginagawa namin is kumukuha na po kami ng yung mga bank information nila, lalo na kung may land bank po sila. In just a single day po, makikredit po agad yung subsidy sa kanila. So we're also exploring other distribution mechanisms to facilitate po yung faster. This is okay po for those companies na malalaki yung fleet po nila or consolidated sila. Kaya meron, as I've mentioned po, we also expect some bus companies to receive their subsidies within the day or hanggang bukas po.
Okay. Yeah, because that's speed is important, eh. And the prices have been going up for the last 3 months already. So it's important that we give the subsidy so that their take-home pay will not be affected. And I'm thinking of the worst, assuming that these elevated prices will persist. Do we have enough funds to give Pantawid Pasada? Because I understand that this is only for 1 month. Tama po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. For the 2.5 billion na nasa GAA po talaga, yun po yung immediately pamimigay. But as recommended by NEDA in last week's discussions po with the President, parang may pine-prepare po ngayon na additional 2.5 billion for April. And sa Department of Transportation po, mayroon po kasing nakalagay sa program appropriations na 5 billion again for fuel subsidy. So we are already preparing the documents for those. So meron naman po tayo. Meron po tayo, Mr. Chair, na initiatives to add for this. And of course, with the help of the Senate and Congress, no, may 7 billion po kasi for fuel subsidy. And yung po kasing fuel prices are accommodated na dun sa per kilometer payment that we do. So we have these ongoing programs naman po na nakikita namin na pwede pong makasalo dun sa increasing fuel prices and the impact to public transportation.
So outside of the 2.5 billion, what we're saying is we have 7 billion that we can still use in an event that this prolongs.
Mr. Chair, that's indirectly po because service contracting po siya. So yung we give out service contracts tapos tayo na po yung nagbabayad on a per kilometer basis. So fare collection is not the sole or is not the primary fare collection po yung pagkuha ng daily operational expenses ng mga drivers and operators natin. So dun sa service contracting po, mako-consider na natin yung increasing fuel prices. And on top of that, yun pong 5 billion na fuel subsidy, although nasaan program appropriations po siya. So it's subject to certification of si DBM po mas makakapagpalinaw nito, meron pong certification required na na-reach you or nag-exceed po tayo sa tax collection or revenue generation.
No, I just want to simplify matters. So we have 5 billion for unprogrammed that we can use for fuel subsidy, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
And then we have another 2.5 billion in addition of the existing 2.5.
That's the recommendation of NEDA po, Mr. Chair, and we're waiting for further clarification. Pero parang ito po yung katulad nung last year na 1 billion. So nagpe-prepare na din po kami ng documents for this one.
Yeah, but the 2.5 additional is existing.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, currently po the department is still clarifying that with NEDA since sila po yung nag-propose or nag-recommend to increase.
All right, but definitely my 5 billion on program, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's the one po na sigurado dahil nasa GAA po siya.
Now let's go to the tricycles because mas marami tayong tricycles eh. No, how many tricycles are we talking about?
Mr. Chair, sorry for the specifics of the program po for tricycles. LTFRB as the implementing agency is directly coordinating with with the DILG po and the local governments. Engineer Sherwin is here po. Perhaps we can Engineer Sherwin, if you could share po to the body yung ating updates and numbers on tricycles and delivery services.
Go ahead, engineer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, engineer Sherwin. May tokayo.
Yes po. So sir, doon po sa 2.5 billion, our target beneficiaries is 377,000. Out of this po, we estimated po na yung for tricycles and delivery services, total po sila of
Engineer, you got cut. Please engineer.
yes sir, sorry po. So sir,
Go ahead,
doon sa 377 po, out of that, for the tricycles and delivery services po, we targeted it to 113,000 po beneficiaries. So as to how much po talaga yung magiging distribution po between the LGUs or between DTI and then the DILG, this is still ongoing po yung coordination with them po. Because this is subject to the list that they will be submitting.
No, but how many tricycles are we targeting?
Based po doon sa approved po na program of works, yung tricycles is actually 43,000 po if that will be followed po. So out of the 113 po, 43,000 po supposedly yung sa tricycle.
Okay. And then the balance are TNVS. Tama?
No sir, delivery services po yun sir.
Delivery
Yung-
services.
Yes sir. Yung
Delivery
TNVS po,
services, delivery services, ito yung mga Grab and ano, di ba?
yes po sir.
Okay. So when do we finish this 113, especially the tricycles? Because the tricycles are also being squeezed out because of high fuel prices. In fact, kami sa Valenzuela, we haven't increased the fares yet, no? Because nga we're getting queue from LTFRB. But the tricycles are being squeezed out because they're paying for high cost of fuel but they cannot raise fares. So kailan matatapos tong 113 tricycles and delivery services?
Sir, since currently po ongoing yung cost coordination with the departments involved po, I think po possibly sometime between within the second quarter po siguro. But again, sir, this will be subject to the actual coordination to be held with, which is ongoing with the DILG and DTI.
Yeah, but we need the timetable, engineer. Second quarter is still 2 weeks away. Ano pa lang ngayon, mid-March. No, so why I'm quite with the jeepneys. I'm quite pleased to hear that it's going to be distributed within the week and next week. But what about the other modes of transportation, such as tricycles and the delivery services? These are equally important personalities. And talaga maraming nahihirapan. So when do we see it? When do we go beyond the coordination? Because we've been talking about this for the last almost 3 weeks. Do we have a specific timetable so we can get this up and running? And we need the LGUs here because the tricycle registration is with the LGU. So the
Yes, sir.
distribution is with the LGU for sure. 100% ako. But when do we see a downloading of funds? When do we see all of those?
Sir, unfortunately po, sir, I could not give an exact timeline for now, but we will refer this po to the focal personnel po or the team who is working closely with this. Rest assured po na we are doing our best to fast track. Ang concerns lang po kasi dito is to ensure po yung mechanism that will be applicable to the DILG or to the beneficiaries who will actually
Yeah, I
be
understand that, no? But it's not rocket science. Like for example, in our LGU Valenzuela, we have a list of tricycles. If you ask me now, I can give you the list this afternoon. Because ang registration is every year. Naka-register lang nila eh. So I can give you the list this afternoon. We can give the money tomorrow. So we're talking about only 1,500 LGUs. They can dispense the cash quickly. It's just a matter of putting it in motion. So in any case, I believe that you don't have a concrete answer, but please raise this to Secretary Tugade and the management that we need to distribute the Pantawid Pasada for tricycles as well as other entities. Tricycles is easy. We've done that in the past. Like I said, if you need the list, the LGUs can give you the list this afternoon. That's not a problem. But we need to get things moving. So just bring this up to management and send us a definite timetable for the tricycles and delivery service because I'm not satisfied with uncertainty. Uncertain na nga yung presyo. Uncertain pa rin yung subsidy.
This is noted, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you for that. So at least we have acknowledged that we have 5 billion in unprogrammed funds, and I believe that will be funded because collection has gone up in the form of VAT and even excise. And ako personally, I'm suggesting to double the Pantawid Pasada to be given to the 377 the 377 PUVs and other entities because prices of oil has already breached 120 and it's moving up continuously. So we have to look at increasing the pay of the allocated pay per driver because right now I believe that it's 6,000 per driver. We should be looking at least doubling that to 10,000 or even 12,000 because of the high cost of fuel. Let me call on NEDA, who has presented also some mitigating measures. We call on NEDA to give us their view on the matter.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead po.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, the staff who is in charge of the present who was in charge of the presentation is not present at the moment. But we will submit NEDA's official position within the week, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I saw a presentation by NEDA I think that was last week. Is there any update to that? And can you present that, Edgar? Since since it was already presented last week, can you present it today?
Mr. Chair, I will try to coordinate with the focal person, ASAP, Mr. Chair, and if somebody from the national policy planning staff can present the presentation which was presented last week, Mr. Chair.
Kayo naman, Edgar, binigay na namin sa inyo yung agenda last week. We gave you the agenda way in advance. And like I said, this presentation has been presented last week by NEDA themselves. So it's just a matter of getting someone to present it today and discuss it with the body, because I know that you've made some presentations on how to mitigate the increased oil prices. So we want to discuss that today. Kayo naman, we gave it to you, we invited you last week pa, last Thursday.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. As far as the infrastructure stuff is concerned, Mr. Chair, we only received the notice of meeting early this morning, Mr. Chair.
No, we're bound by the 3-day rule. So I'm very sure that we've given it to you 3 days ago. 4 days pa nga, because that's Thursday. In any case, I know it's quite disappointing that you're not ready, considering that we have invited you 4 days ago. Just give us your that presentation and give us your comments on the matter at hand.
Noted po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We call on DOF to Undersecretary Brion, to Val. And this is on the issue of excise tax, no? And there's a big clamor to suspend it, and I think Mr. Martinez laid down a very good premise on why it should be suspended. So may I call on Yusek Brion, and congratulations, na-promote ka na rin para. Daming promotions, ha? To Yusek Val. And let's just discuss the topic on potential suspension of excise tax, and also the VAT collection, no? Considering that oil prices has gone up close to about 30% from 3 months ago. So let's discuss that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the issue of the suspension of the fuel excise taxes, the DOF would like to reiterate its position that it does not support the various proposals to lower or suspend the train fuel excise taxes, because this will translate to significant foregone revenues, and this will be detrimental to our recovery and long-term growth. However, Mr. Chair, the government remains ready to provide targeted relief assistance and support to address the impact of the oil price hike for affected sectors, especially the PUV drivers, farmers, and fisherfolk. In fact, Mr. Chair, we have doubled the level of the subsidies for affected sectors. Based on the February DBCC announcement of 0.5 billion fuel subsidy for PUV drivers, per the EDC agreement last week, this has been doubled to 5 billion to be released in 2 tranches for March and April. The fuel discount for farmers and fisher folks at 500 million in the February DBCC statement has been doubled to 1.1 billion pesos, also to be released in 2 tranches this March and next month in April. So overall, Mr. Chair, subsidies have been increased from 3 billion to 6.1 billion. On top of these 6.1 billion subsidies, Mr. Chair, additional subsidies are also being studied from additional VAT collections. I will end there, Mr. Chair.
Yusek Val, how much are we collecting in excise tax, in the form of excise tax? A year.
In 2021, Mr. Chair, excise tax figures would be 143.9 billion.
143.9 billion. That's
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
that's for a year. And
That's
how
for
much?
2021, Mr. Chair.
That's for 2021. And how much have we collected in the form of excess VAT on fuel so far?
Mr. Chair, we have the figures for the January and February. The additional VAT collections would be 3 billion, Mr. Chair.
So considering that prices have gone up by 30% on average, on average, our excess VAT collection on fuel is only 3 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's for actual additional excess VAT collections for January and February.
That's not so much.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's based on actual volume. So for January, 83.5 and February, 92.1 on crude oil prices. Hence, Mr. Chair, the collection actual of additional VAT collections is just 3 billion.
Okay, that's I was expecting it to be more because prices have gone up tremendously since January, almost 30%. But 3 billion is not so much, no, in terms of excess, in terms of excess collection on fuel. Can you submit that to us because we actually have a different number compared to yours, but just submit it to us so that we'll be guided accordingly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll submit this data. Just
And
for the information, Mr. Chair.
that
Sir,
excess collection can be used to fund the program amount?
Sir, we're considering the excess collections to fund the additional subsidies that I mentioned, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But can that go to the unprogrammed amount of 5 billion of DOTR? So obviously that's excess, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so at least we have 3 billion in excess to go to Pantawid Pasada or other forms of subsidy.
That's right, Mr. Chair. We have 3 billion in excess collection. And this is based, Mr. Chair, from our baseline of 70 USD per barrel. The incremental collection that we estimated is based on the 70 USD per barrel crude oil price.
Yeah, I know. It's 70 versus 120 right now. So I was expecting more than 3 billion. In fact, our numbers here internally is a lot bigger than that, no? But of course, you have the actual. So let just give it to the committee so we can analyze it, and we can have some benchmark to follow.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll submit the January and February actual.
The other question I have for DOF, no, and I understand your hesitation on suspending excise tax because the collection is about 143 billion. What if the situation becomes much worse and prices will continue to be elevated for a long time, and we will need extra cash, to give to our drivers? Where can we tap extra funds to augment the Pantawid Pasada?
Mr. Chair, the For the additional subsidies, the strategy will still be to use the excess VAT collections, Mr. Chair. So our
That's only three.
projection,
That's only 3
yes,
billion,
Mr.
no?
Chair. That's for January and February actual, but we have a projection, Mr. Chair, for when the level is at 100 USD per barrel. So the full year for that would be 20.3 billion, Mr. Chair.
So at what price point is that? The 23, the 20.3, $100?
Yes, Mr. Chair, $100. So that accounts for the actual of January and February, and then for March to December, $100.
Okay, all right. So in other words, in simple terms, we can tap 20 billion more in case that prices become elevated for a long time. Because we need, my
Yes, Mr.
point here
Chair.
is because it's uncertain, we need to have a war chest to give us subsidies ready to tap into and to give to our drivers right away because we don't know it. It can end 1 month, it can end in 6 months. So I'm just trying to understand if we have funds that we can tap into to give as a form of subsidies. And 20 billion is that fund that you're looking at.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Yusek. Thank you very much for that. I'll go back to DOE, to ASEC Arquisa, or to Director Abad. And in your presentation, on page on number 2, no, it's written here that indirectly we're buying 10% of diesel from Russia, or 10% comes from Russia, if I understand this slide correctly. Can you flash
Uh,
this slide?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I will let Rino explain that.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Director,
that,
let's
that's the
flash the slide. It's number 2, the Russia and Ukraine conflict.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may, Yusek.
Yes, Director, go ahead.
Okay, let me put it in a perspective.
Yeah. So that will be
5 million, Mr. Chair, 5 million is being exported from Russia to the international market. And the 5 million, 58% of that goes to Europe. And around 42% goes to the Asia Pacific region, of which there are only 3 main consumer of that 42%. China is around 31% of that. South Korea is around 6%, and Japan 2%. Now we need to cross-check from the report what represents these figures in the entire China, South Korea, and Japan total importation of crude oil. And it came out that in China, the 31% Russian crude oil represents around 15% of its total crude oil importation. South Korea represents around 6% of that total importation, and Japan around 5%. Now, we use that figure 15, 6, 5% as the exposure, just in case there are 2 conditions, assuming that that China, South Korea, Japan will not be able to replace those. And of course, the entire Russian crude oil will not be delivered to China, South Korea, and Japan. So with that, we're facing, China will be facing a 15% absence, a gap in its crude oil for refining. And same with 6% for South Korea and 5% with Japan. Now we multiply that, Mr. Chair, to our importation from China, South Korea, and Japan. Straightforward computation. And it came out that those figures, those percentages for our exposure, straightforward lang po, Mr. Chair, na sakali wala talagang ma-refine si China, Japan, and South Korea. I hope that
Yeah, and this is the number in front of us, Director, correct? 10% diesel, 4.4
Yes.
gasoline, 5% jet fuel, and 2% LPG. So in other words, I'll put in simple terms. No? In other words, 10% of our diesel indirectly comes from Russia through those three
China,
countries that.
yes, Mr. Chair, tama po kayo.
Oo. So these are quite significant numbers, no? Especially the 10%, 8.9 billion liters. And of course, the minimum inventory requirement is meant to caution the impact in case that Russia will not sell oil to these countries. So my question is, do we have enough minimum inventory level to address those billion of liters that will disappear from the market?
Mr. Chair, before Rino answers that, can I?
Yes, go ahead, Yusek.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is just a extreme scenario, assuming it's only Russia that is supplying China. But we know that China is getting supply from other suppliers also. So this is just extreme scenario with a one-on-one supply coming from Russia. But since the other supplies of China coming from other sources are reaching China also, then pwedeng hindi naman i-assume, Mr. Chair, na talagang ito yung inventory requirement natin na kailangan natin tugunan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate that the department is thinking of the worst, and in fact, this is really extreme case talaga. I agree, no. But we still want to give comfort to our consumers that even at extreme cases, or even at the worst case scenario, our policies are enough to cover it. And one of the policy tools that we have is the minimum inventory requirement. It's been effective for the past many years. For us, it's gave us a lot of comfort level. I've seen a lot of aberrations in the Middle East, in other countries, and it's quite comforting that we have the MIR to shield us from supply shocks. So my question lang is, extremely lang, I understand, no? In a extreme case, will our MIR cover this 8.9 billion liters of diesel, 6.9 billion of gasoline, based on your data that you have? Because the oil players are mandated to submit to you data. So based on your data, can we cover all of these extreme deficiencies in an event that it will happen?
May computation si Rino yan, sir, Mr. Chair. Rino yung computation.
Director, you're on mute.
Mr. Chair, simple mathematics na lang po. I was trying to multiply the 8.9. So it gives us around 890 million diesel na mawawala, no? So the 890, ang average po na ngayon, ang latest nating diesel MIR is around 1.1 billion, mga 1.2. So that would give us around so that entire, kung mawala po yung mga 890, that will consist around 80% of our MIR. So sufficient naman, may matitirang 20%. Covered po siya, Mr. Chair. Assuming na buong, malakihan po kasi yan, Mr. Chair. It's almost 890 million liters. Out of the latest now is around 1.2 billion liters yung ating MIR.
So in other words, we are good for the next 30 days. In other words,
Yes.
in simple terms, we will not experience any supply shortage in the next 30 days, even though that amount disappears from the market. Extreme case yan, no? Extreme case.
That would be correct, Mr. Chair.
And that's that's the logic of the MIR. It's really to assure us for the next 30 days that in an extreme case, we will have constant supply of fuel in the country. Okay. Thank you for that, Director. At least, well, it's not much, no? Kasi 80% mawawala from the MIR. That lays down the case of increasing it to a higher level, like for example, 45. But of course, when you increase it to 45, you have issues of logistics, you have issues of storage, you have issues of carrying costs, and that's what the oil proponents are mentioning earlier. No, but definitely there's some merit to increase it to a higher level so that again the consumers will be assured that we have constant supply of petroleum. So that's the reason why I was asking how much if MIR is enough to buffer us from a sudden supply shortage or sudden disappearance of oil from Russia. Like to also, we have some guests from the consumer side. I understand that Attorney Dimagiba is here, so let's hear Attorney Dimagiba for his comments. Attorney Vic, are you here? Seems like he's not here. I also saw Mr. Havelania of United Filipino Consumers. Any comments po?
Hello po.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Opo. Una po sa lahat, nais ko po magpasalamat sa committee na ito na sa inyong pamumuno, Senator Gatchalian, sa pagbibigay ng oportunidad sa mga consumers and commuters. Ito po yung aming posisyon sa hinggil dito sa problema natin sa pagtaas ng issue ng petrolyo. Mainit po yung usapin ng mga dagdag pamasahe, no? Pero sa aming organisasyon, ang aming panawagan ay kumari po ay wag pong ituloy itong dagdag na pamasahe nito. Imbis ay ang gawin po natin ay una ay yung panawagan po namin sa tax reform for acceleration and inclusion 1, particular po sa excise tax ng petrolyo ay isuspindi. Ikalawa po, yung aming panawagan din sa expanded value-added tax na 12% na isuspinde. Ito po ay magbubunga ng malaking kaginhawaan sa sektor ng transportasyon, sa sektor po ng mga commuters natin. At yan po ay malaking bagay na ikasisiya rin ng mga maliliit na mga negosyante sa buong bansa. Mapa ito ay small medium enterprise. Ikatlo po, kami nananawagan na i-review ang oil deregulation law. Tignan nating maigi sino ho bang nagkaroon ng pakinabang sa usapin ng oil deregulation law. Ito ba'y pinakinabangan ng ating gobyerno o baka iilang mga malalaking mga negosyante lamang tulad po ng sinasabi nating halimbawa po yung mga oligarko o kartel. Ano po? Ikaapat ay kinakailangan po na palakasin natin ang Philippine National Oil Company na maaari pong mag-angkat para hindi na ho tayo paikot-ikot sa problema na ito sa tuwing magkakaroon ng problema rito sa usapin ng petrolyo. Kung meron pong buffer stock ang mismong ating gobyerno, ay hindi tayo lumuluhod at kumukuha ng mga temporary solutions lamang. Ikalima po ay maaari rin po nating ipanawagan sa ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte na ipatupad po yung saligang batas na nakalagay po sa ating National Economy and Patrimony. Ito po yung Article 12, Section 17 at 18. Dahil next week po inaasahan na 10 hanggang 12 pesos ang itataas ng presyo ng diesel, samantalang ang gasolina ay halos mga 8 piso. Napakalaki po nito at sigurado ito po ay kagaya ng sinabi nyo, Senator Gatchalian, ay halos 30% na po ang itinaas ng mga presyo ng bilihin sa petrolyo. Itong section Article 12, Section 17 at 18 ay pansamantala po na ito po ay isang economic relief para sa lahat, mga pasahero, negosyante, sambayan ng Pilipino, na pansamantala na maibalik sa kontrol ng gobyerno ang ating mga public utilities bilang pagpigil po doon sa tinatawag na paparating na malaking delubyo na ito. Dahil hindi ho natin alam, baka after nitong 10 pesos o 12 pesos sa pagtaas ng diesel, hindi natin alam, baka 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, hindi natin alam kung magtutuloy-tuloy pa ho ito. So kinakailangan talaga ng tulong ng Senado, sa tulong ng inyong komite, natignan ang mga solusyon nito para ang lahat po ay mabigyan po ng tinatawag nating economic relief, para hindi ho pag-untugin o pag-awayin ang mga pasahero, ang mga nasa transport groups, ang mga negosyante ay ganun din po sa usapin ng mga manggagawa dahil humingi na sila ng tinatawag nilang aumento o sahod. So itong Article 12, Section 17 and 18, itong suspension ng train law, itong suspension ng expanded value added tax, ito po yung tinatawag nating bakuna sa ating ekonomiya. Kaya Senator Gatchalian, ako po'y nakikiusap sa ating mga economic managers na pakinggan po ang sitwasyon ng sambayan ng Pilipino dahil wag na po nating hintayin pa na maging isang security issue ito dahil ang krisis na dinadanas natin po ay extraordinary. Kaya kailangan po natin ng tulong nyo, Senator Gatchalian at ng inyong committee, na pakinggan ang boses ng mga consumers at ng mga commuters. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Avellana. Mr. Avellana, napakinggan niyo naman kanina, no? We talked about the Pantawid Pasada, and that's the sole shock absorbing mechanism that we have for consumers. And it's targeted, meaning we're giving it to our PUV drivers, although it's delayed, no? That's what we have heard earlier. But are you satisfied with the Pantawid Pasada? Nakakatulong ba ho yan sa ating mga Filipino commuters and consumers?
Alam niyo po, kagalang-galang na Senator Gatchalian, marami tayong naririnig sa sektor ng transportasyon, lalong-lalo na yung mga driver. May mga operator na hindi yung nakakarating sa mga driver ang Pantawid Pasada na ito. Pangalawang punto po, bago lamang na nasama yung Tricycle Drivers Association, o yung TODA, dito sa bagong panukala na mahigit sa 5 bilyon. Ang bilang po ng tricycle ngayon ay mga hindi yung bababa ng 4 na milyon. So kung i-compute niyo po yung 5 bilyon, yan po ay kulang na kulang sa sektor pa lamang ng tricycle. Pero ang ating tinutulungan lamang ay ang sektor ng transportasyon. Hindi natin natutulungan ang sektor ng mga mananakay o yung buong publiko. Kaya bakit hindi natin ugatin ang pinaka-problema ng ating suliranin? Ito na nga po yung sinasabi nating excise tax na 12%, sa value added tax sa petrolyo. Tingnan din po natin yung issue ng smuggling diyan sa issue ng petrolyo. Napakalaki po niyan. Yung issue ng smuggling na yan. Ikatlo po, yung sinasabi nating train law, isuspindi na po muna ito dahil kung aabot po, wag naman po sana. Kung paano kung umabot ng 100 piso ang halaga ng diesel? Hindi naman po pwedeng ayuda at hindi ko kakayanin ng ating gobyerno. So we need a permanent solution dito sa problema na ito na ating kinakaharap. So yung sa inyong tanong kung nakakabuti ba yung Pantawid Pasada, siguro meron pong sektor lamang na natutuwa. Pero sa pangkalahatan, mas malaki po yung apektado dahil pag tumaas nga ang presyo ng petrolyo, inflation kasunod niyan, ano naman klaseng tulong ay bibigay natin sa sambayan ng Pilipino. So we need a long-term energy solution. Halimbawa po, yung pagkakaroon ng nuclear energy, dapat tignan na rin po natin yan para yung ating oil dependent and sa issue ng charcoal. Tignan na rin po yan. At yung mga likas na yaman natin, Senator Gatchalian, tignan natin, bansang Pilipinas ba nakikinabang? Halimbawa, yung problema sa Malampaya, gobyerno ba natin nakikinabang dito o baka naman ilang mga oligarko lamang ang nakikinabang? Mga ganito pong mga polisiya, pangmatagalan, hindi po yung mga piecemeal solution. Para masaya po ang mga pasahero, masaya ang transport groups, masaya ang gobyerno, masaya po ang mga negosyante, masaya ang Pilipinas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Havellana. Let me call on, we also have a guest from MAP. And MAP has been a very valuable resource person or resource entity of this committee. And they've contributed so much to finding solutions and ways forward. So we call on Mr. Ernie Pantanco for his views on the matter. Ernie? Mr. Pantanco, go ahead. Mr. Pantanco? You're coming in choppy. I don't think Mr. Ernie Pantanco is here anymore. So we call on some members of the power sector because some of our distributors still run on diesel, especially in spug areas and island LGUs. So we call on Meralco. I saw Larry earlier. If he has any comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone.
Larry, any comments to this topic? Let's not go into the power situation. No? Let's leave it for another hearing. Let's just confine our comments to the potential impact of this Ukraine crisis to our to the distribution of power to your areas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In particular, on the impact of the rising oil prices on the power sector. So, in general, it affects the generation sector, and in the case of Meralco, it affects the cost of power that Meralco will purchase from the plants that utilize Malampaya natural gas. So Malampaya natural gas is the price of Malampaya natural gas that the consortium sells to the first gas power plants is based on a gas supply and purchase agreement, and it's indexed partly to world crude oil prices. So mainly the price of Dubai crude oil. So we've noticed that when Dubai crude oil prices rise, Malampaya prices follow. The price of Malampaya is adjusted every quarter, so every calendar quarter. And the price for a particular quarter is based on the preceding 6 months of that quarter. So for example, the Malampaya price for the first quarter of 2022 is based on the Dubai crude price from July to December 2021. So currently, the Malampaya price and as a consequence, the generation cost does not yet take into account the recent oil price hikes that resulted after the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The the recent oil price increases will be reflected in the second quarter Malampaya repricing, which will take effect in the sale of the consortium to First Gas in April, and then in the generation charge of consumers in May. So the second quarter repricing of Malampaya will cover the period October 2021 to March 2022. So mahahagip na po yung recent oil price increases, which will be felt by consumers in May. Yun po, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a projection for that? What you're saying is after March 2022, we should expect a repricing to happen, and that will translate to higher retail costs. So do we have a projection on how much it will increase in your franchise area?
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, yung what we can say is the first quarter Malampaya price, when we looked at the Dubai average prices for the second half of 2021, it averaged around between $60 to $70 per barrel. So for January and February 2022, we noticed that for January, the Dubai price increased to $83 per barrel. And then in February, it increased further to $93 per barrel. So mukhang definitely magkakaroon po ng increase for the second quarter repricing of Malampaya.
So how much is the estimated increase on generation charges? More or less lang, more or less. Do you have an estimate?
Pasensya na po, Mr. Chairman, we don't have an estimate for the rate impact on the end user, on the generation charge, Mr. Chairman.
But we should expect an increase this coming April.
Sir, that's the selling price of Malampaya to First Gas to be reflected in the May generation charge. So sa May po, mararamdaman ng customers ng Meralco any increase in the Malampaya price.
Okay, so the May billing date we will see a price increase.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and just due to the pricing mechanism from the Malampaya natural gas well.
Tama po, napansin na po namin historically that it moves with the Dubai crude oil price.
Okay, all right. Just give us a simulation. I can see that you don't have it on hand, but just give us a simulation, rough estimate, or just based on your simulation, so that we will have an idea and we will anticipate this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. We call on Attorney Ocampo of PEPOA. Any comments? Is he still there? If you have any comments, Attorney Ocampo.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, Attorney Ocampo. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. With regards to the members of PEPOA, many of them are contracted right now to long-term power supply agreements. Some of them are contracted to hydros, no? So they may be insulated from the fluctuations of the oil prices being contracted to hydro energy plants, no? But some are contracted also to coal, and coal prices are also recently have been going up. they are locked into this contract. So probably they will have to renegotiate the terms of their power supply agreements. But lately, the DOE has already been implementing several programs to encourage distribution utilities to go into renewables. And one of these is the renewable portfolio standards. Distribution utilities are now looking at contracting indigenous and renewable energies. But in the short term, this may not yet be a solution because the distribution utilities have to wait for their power supply agreements to expire. So the new contracts that will be coming in using renewables will come in the medium to the long term. So it is not an immediate solution to the current oil price hikes, but over time we can win away from this dependence on imported fuel.
Attorney, just for the information of everyone, no, so people will understand, coal prices tend to move with oil prices. Is that correct? Based on your experience po.
I think the coal prices have recently been increasing also. I think because of the China has been buying all of the coal supply from Indonesia. And I think the supply of our generators using coal are also coming from Indonesia. So when China parang pinakyaw niya yung supply from Indonesia, that's when these prices of coal started going up. So it's kind of independent from what is happening in the oil sector.
Okay, so just for the information of everyone, what we're experiencing now, because I saw in our tracker that coal prices has gone up also, especially Newcastle index. But that's independent of what is happening in Ukraine and what's happening with the oil industry.
Yes, even before the war in Ukraine happened, coal prices have already been going up because of China buying almost all of the supply from Indonesia.
Because right now, based on our tracker, coal prices now is hovering around $400 per metric ton.
Yes, something like that.
And just to give everyone an idea, December it was hovering around 120, and now it's hovering at around 400, so 4 times.
Yes, that's right. It's funny, but because December of 2020, we had very low WSM prices. At certain times, it was even negative. No, so those who were uncontracted had a field day of having low prices in generation. But last December, 2021, I think the WSM prices were around 6 pesos per kilowatt hour. So it's a different story this time due to extra unprecedented high coal prices.
Well, this is the tracker that I was mentioning, Tony. If you will see, um, even with the coal importation ban, prices went up slowly, but after the Ukraine invasion, it spiked to 400. So, so my initial reaction is the spike has something to do, of course, with some form of supply constraint caused by the Russian invasion, and
Mhm.
also somehow linked to the energy situation caused by the Russian invasion. But definitely, if you look at our energy mix, 50% of our generation comes from coal.
Yes,
So
that's right.
with this pricing, we will definitely feel something in terms of increasing retail prices.
Yes. Aside from the constraint in the supply of coal, there are also some large generators who have gone on forced outage, and I think the projection this coming months is we may be experiencing yellow and red alerts during this critical period, summer months. So
We'll talk
that also pushes up the prices of generation because of
well,
the shutdown of some plants.
thank you, Attorney Ocampo. We'll talk about that power supply situation on a separate hearing. We want to focus now on the oil supply and oil prices. But thank you for your comments on that. It will lead to another hearing, and we will talk about prices of coal to that effect. No?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We call on Attorney Rivera for PhilReca, the Association of All Electric Co-ops. Attorney Rivera, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the electric cooperatives are concerned, I don't think that the situation on the power supply agreement will be affected. But we foresee an upward movement in the operating expenditures of the electric cooperative arising from the increase in oil prices. As of now, the OPEC operating expenditures, this is actually the DSM, the distribution system and metering charges will be affected, Mr. Chair. But the OPEX actually, or the DSM, is regulated by the ERC. All other items are not regulated by the ERC. But as of now, we do not foresee any possible application for rate increase with the ERC with respect to the increase in the operating expenditures. But we are just observing, Mr. Chair, so that in the event that there will be a significant increase in the operating expenditures, which include gas and oil for motor vehicles, then we will try to see if a rate application, a rate increase in the DSM will be warranted. But as of now, Mr. Chair, I would like to assure the body that the PhilReca is not predisposed or inclined to file a petition for rate increase to cover the operating expenditures. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney. We call on Attorney Ann Montelibano for PEPOA, for PIPA, and for you have any comments?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I turned on my video to say hi, but I will turn it off to conserve bandwidth so you can hear me clearly.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, just a few comments, okay? First, like from listening to the conversation in this hearing, what is happening now is really an unprecedented event. I think everyone can agree with that. So for the Philippines, as well as many other countries, we are currently experiencing the effects of price increase for commodities, such as oil, gas, coal, wheat, etc. In terms of the energy supply, around 2/3 of our total primary energy supply is powered by fossil fuels. The global market prices of these commodities drive the cost of liquid fuels like gas, gasoline, diesel, as well as electricity prices, since around 79% of our of our country's electricity is generated from fuel oil, diesel, natural gas, and coal power plants. So due to the rise in the global market prices of these commodities, it is inevitable that the cost of fuel for our vehicles and our power generation plants, the operational cost will increase. Because like any product or good, we expect that we will continue to experience spikes in electricity prices in the coming weeks or months. However, we can assure you that PIPA is working very closely with our member generators as well as with the DOE to develop and implement self-sufficiency and price mitigation strategies to cushion the impact on our consumers. I would like to clarify that it is critical for F to be reminded that the price increase is not the same for all distribution utilities across the Philippines. It varies per distribution utility depending on its supply mix or where each DU sources its power, whether through direct contracts with generators or from the spot electricity market. Logically, if more power is sourced from the spot, then there is a higher risk of price increase due to market volatility. That's already an obvious effect. Versus if it is through fixed or direct contracts with generators. There are a lot of factors that may affect the increase in price. So it is likely that other DUs will also have a price increase that is either higher or lower than Meralco, depending on their profile. So for situations like this, sir, it is important that all players in the power sector work together. The generation, the distribution, transmission, and our partners from the government. We're still working in hand with them to make sure that we have energy sufficiency and efficiency mechanisms. With that in mind, my last point is we continue to push with this crisis. We would like the Honorable Commission or to consider the removal or a temporary suspension of VAT or excise tax, or maybe a fixed rate lower than what is currently being imposed. We are also PIPA is working towards the removal of import tariff for coal. And we floated this idea regarding targeted subsidies for lifeline consumers funded by the government through the share of Malampaya proceeds, sir. Those are our short-term solutions in relation to this crisis.
Thank you, Attorney Ann. Attorney Ann, just a quick question. No? I know some of your members have diesel-powered power plants, no, and I just want to ask, first of all, their situation, and then obviously they will also they have no choice but to increase and pass on the rates. How many of those diesel-powered power plants are already raising their rates, or they have already raised their rates?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't have the exact number right now, but I can get back to you and submit that.
Yeah, and then also their outlook, no, because I just want to also get a feel of in terms of purchasing diesel, or in terms of purchasing fuel, are they experiencing any supply shortage or any supply constraints? If you have any information regarding that, please submit it to us, because we'll have another hearing on the power outage or potential power outage, and we would like to cross-check this issue of oil disruption to the power sector.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I think for peaking plants, I would say that they don't have mostly they don't have contracts, so they will really get affected with the increase in spot prices. So our concern is mainly on the prices. As regards supply, my generator members have assured that we do not have a problem with supply.
So that's good to hear. That's good to hear. At least our generators have ample supply, or they can get supply. It's just the pricing that's now creating a lot of issues. So thank you, Attorney Ann. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think Attorney Digmagiba is already here. I saw his message. Attorney Vic, any comments? I saw your message earlier. Are you still there? If not, we'll go into another topic related to this, which is the proposal to build a strategic petroleum reserve. And I filed a resolution to look into this, to study it carefully. In fact, the Senate, since 2000 and 2020, have agreed to fund the feasibility study of this SPR to a tune of 150 million. So I would like to ask our chairman, Yusek Posadas, on some updates of this SPR and what the feasibility study said regarding the SPR, and how is it economical? Is it feasible for our country? What are the pros and cons of this potential SPR? Yusek Posadas? Chairman Posadas?
Pwede bang kay Dimagi ba muna?
Yes, Attorney Dimagiba, go ahead. Sige po. We were calling you earlier, but
Thank you.
go ahead,
Basis for this
sir.
SPF.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead,
Chairman, thank you.
Attorney Dimagiba.
Thank you for the opportunity to again share our ideas in this hearing. Pero one po, from the very start that the Congress passed that tax reform acceleration law in 2018, our group had opposed it. In fact, still at the moment, our case in the Supreme Court questioning the validity is still pending. With what is happening now, the chairman, the crude oil prices, easily everybody can feel that those who are not able to pay higher taxes is feeling the brunt of paying excise taxes, even if they are not capable or they are not eligible, or what they cannot afford to pay for it. So, Mr. Chairman, I know you're one of those who returned to the Senate in Congress. That's my personal opinion. And I'm not sure whether you voted on train in 2018. I'm not sure about that. But even if the case is pending in the Supreme Court, maybe, Mr. Chairman, what is happening now, the past 2 years since last year, would be a good basis for Congress to really review the train law. I saw it is in the long-term solution of some stakeholders in your committee hearing, but as far as we are concerned, in fact, our lawyers member will be filing a pleading in the Supreme Court soon in the light of what's happening in the oil prices. We want the Supreme Court to rule on our petition, whether for us, consumers, or for the government. But I do not agree with the logic of the government that they will lose 117 billion pesos if the train law collection is suspended. Ano lang naman po yan, Mr. Chairman, in and out lang yan, debit credit Yung 117 billion, assuming that is correct, that will also flow back to the economy by purchases of goods and services, other goods and services. And then when you buy other goods and services, you necessarily also have to pay VAT and other forms of taxes. Hindi po ba cyclical naman ang galaw ng pera in any economy? Secondly, Mr. Chairman, yung pricing formula po ng DOE, yung weekly adjustment, I think when I say they really can on their own initiative suspend that. Medyo masalimuot unless they can really tell us consumers na in-audit na nila yung stock inventory ng mga oil companies and that on a weekly basis pwede silang pare-pareho ang kanilang increases o kanilang decreases. I questioned that before the Philippine Competition Commission, but unfortunately, the Philippine Competition Commission deferred to an MOU with the DOE. Yan po another area for legislative changes. Baka po yung DOJ and DOE task force in the oil deregulation law, as you wish to revisit the law, should be taken off of the regulator and should be transferred to an entity, an independent entity. Maybe at the moment it's a Philippine Competition Commission, but maybe there can be some other institution like the ERC, which is essentially quasi-judicial that conducts notices and hearing. Yung po si PCC, hindi naman nag-notice and hearing yun eh. Ang mga review po nun doon lang sa boardroom nila. And you will not even know whatever happened in those anti-competitive investigation that they're doing at the moment. Third, napakakulipot po ng short-term ayuda ng DOE. Nakita ko po at inasahan pa yung mga oil companies. Yung sa gobyerno, 2.5 billion pesos. Ilang linggo na po tayong mga consumers na nag-abono ng how much that? 20 pesos more for gasoline, diesel, and kerosene. Napakakulipot po. Naku, ipinsent pa dito sa committee. Yun lang po ba ang kaya ng gobyerno na ayuda sa ating mga consumers? Nakapanlulungo, Mr. Chairman kasi alam naman nila napakataas ng increases at tataas pa bukas. Nakita ko po yung Facebook post ni Alvin El Chico ng ABS-CBN. Yung diesel is 13 pesos and 50 centavos per liter. Imagine niyo po yun, 13 pesos and 50 centavos per liter. That's half a kilo of rice already. Lalagay mo lang sa 1 litro ng diesel. Saan po aabot yun? Saan po aabot yun, Mr. Chairman? Sana po yung committee nyo, the end of this hearing, can prod the executive branch, prod them to do something much, much bigger in terms of assistance. Hindi naman po permanente. Hindi naman po away na ng Russia o Ukraine magsasubside yan. But meantime na hindi po nagsasubside, kailangan po, as I quote my former Secretary of Trade and Industry, kailangan ramdam tayo ng mga consumers. Hindi po tayo nararamdaman. At kasama na rin po kayo dyan sa legislative branch. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have to be very straightforward kasi po, para na po akong sirang plaka sa mga interview. Ulit-ulit po akong sinasabi, suspension of excise taxes, and then everybody went with it, and then suddenly the economic manager said, we will lose 117 billion pesos. Hindi naman po nila alam, hindi mo pa alam nila na yung 117 billion yan, iikot din sa ekonomiya yun. Kapastayang din po yun ipambibili ng pagkain, ipambibili ng mga goods and services, ipansisweldo rin sa mga laborers. Iikot po yun. And pag ginasta mo yun, meron ka din pong babayaran taxes. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman. I hope your committee at this needs of the election period would be able to be proactive, arm's length, transparent, good governance. Huwag po kayong huwag po kayong tatanggap na lang po basta ng kung anong maging desisyon ng executive branch of the government. Maraming salamat and good afternoon to all of us. Thank you po.
Thank you, Attorney Vic, for your impassioned speech. I truly believe that you are very determined to protect the interests of our consumers and making sure that our consumers will not get the raw end of government policy. And thank you for always putting the consumer's heart as the priority. So thank you for that. We call on Chairman Posadas? Any?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chairman. Just an update on the SPR, no? Because over the past 3 years, the Senate has agreed to finance the feasibility study that is in 2020, no? To a tune of 150 million. So we would like to just get an update on what is the result of this feasibility study, what type of model that we are going to follow, how much are we going to need to fund that. This is on the SPR.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, the feasibility study, Mr. Chair, we're still in the process of engaging a consultant for a long-term strategic petroleum reserve. But however, because the implementation of a interim oil stockpiling is very urgent, we're looking forward to what we call a targeted relief program. Basically, the legal basis as contained in your resolution is for the SPR, the long-term SPR, is the DOE Act of 1992 and the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, which declared policy of the state to ensure continuous, adequate, and economic energy supply. In terms of economic justification, the economic cost of supply stock out, which can be computed as GDP achieved per barrel of oil used, or conversely, the GDP not achieved per barrel of oil not used because of the stock out. That's the basic economic justification that we are following, Mr. Chair. And since the deregulated, liberalized oil industry seems to be unable and unwilling to carry stock over and above the minimum inventory requirement due to the attendant cost of doing so, it is government's obligation, and that's our position, to provide such oil reserve stock in order to prevent the economic loss from a serious oil supply disruption. In terms of funding, as suggested by the DOF Secretary in one of the EDC meetings, or Economic Development Cluster meetings, the PNOC or its subsidiary PNOC-EC may borrow the required funds from DBP or Land Bank, and the interest charge and storage cost to be budgeted in PNOC's or PNOC-EC's corporate operating budget. To initiate the SPR, which is what we stated at the start, we plan to have the immediate step of implementing a targeted fuel relief project where we intend to lease storage capacities from the oil industry players and to have them carry out the distribution activity to provide discounted fuel to the affected sectors, for example, public transport, farmers, and fisherfolk. And we are seeking a fuel discount arising from tax exemption equal to the Pantawid Pasada subsidy of 6,500 per beneficiary concerned. This is to be able to replace the fuel stock after it's released to the beneficiaries and paid back to the financing institution concerned. Looking at the potential problem that is anticipated is the potential long storage of the fuel stock due to the quick resolution of the Ukraine-Russia war. An MOA with NPC or the National Power Corporation or the AFP or the DILG Napolcom will be sought as ready buyers or off-takers of the diesel stock to ensure its proper physical and financial turnover. In terms of coordination with concerned parties this will be implemented through an assigned PNOC business unit, which will interact closely with the Interagency Oil Contingency Committee, which Secretary Kusi convened, the Interagency Energy Contingency Oil Committee under the Administrative Order Number 6. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Posadas. Chairman, I listened to your narration, is that the result of the feasibility study that PNOC initiated in 2020? Is that already the result?
No, Mr. Chair, because the full feasibilities of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve entails government putting up its own storage capacity, Mr. Chair. That's why when
Chairman, you got cut.
we non-position,
You're
we have to
choppy
be
po,
more
sir.
attentive or responsive to the. We have to be more responsive to the urgent need, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, the feasibility has not yet started.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's the process of engaging the consultant has not been is still in the process, Mr. Chair. And what we're doing is trying to see how we can implement an immediate action by using the unused available storage capacities of the oil industry players, Mr. Chair.
You said so. So in other words, the way I understand it, you have an interim SPR that you are thinking of implementing. Is that correct po? Chairman Posadas?
Yes.
The way I understand your presentation is you have an interim SPR. Chairman, I think we're losing him. I think we're losing Chairman Posadas. In the meantime, I'd like to Chairman
Yes,
Posadas. Ayan, yan. You're back. Can you hear me po? Can you hear me? I think his bandwidth is not
because
stable.
I will stop my video, Mr. Chair, so that it might help. It might facilitate.
Yes. I think it's better now.
Yes.
You're
I stopped the video.
Okay, Chairman. So the way
so it can be better.
Yeah, the way I understand your presentation or your narration is that there is an interim SPR being contemplated. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. That's
And that
correct, Mr. Chair.
just on a very just to give us an idea on this interim SPR, when do you plan to execute that? Considering that it's already prices are going up already and all of these things happening. When do you plan to execute that? Is there a timetable and that you are looking at?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, the Secretary already announced this to the industry players that the PNOC is ready to accept any proposals for them to co-store and co-distribute discounted fuel. We are in parallel looking at borrowing the funds from either DBP or Land Bank, and we are also asking DOF for some tax relief so that the discounted fuel can be given to the targeted beneficiaries. And we are in, and we intend to. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Who will purchase the fuel in this case?
Mr. Chair, it will be PNOC that will purchase the fuel that is stored already in existing storage facilities of the oil industry players, Mr. Chair.
And then the fuel will be these are refined fuel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Diesel. We're focusing on diesel, Mr. Chair.
And this will be distributed to the retail outlets? How will
Yes,
you sell it?
yes, Mr. Chair, because they have the facilities already, the distribution utilities, the distribution, the retail stations are already there with the oil industry. We intend to package it, Mr. Chair. The proposal that will be a co-storage and co-distribution, Mr. Chair, with a discounted fuel.
And the procurement will be done by PNOC. How is it going to be conducted? Is it going to be through bidding, through
Yes, Mr.
G2G?
Chair. It will be open competitive bidding, Mr. Chair. We're
Okay.
preparing the TOR for it.
And then they can any private company can participate to sell. And then when you sell to the retail outlet, is it on a discount or at cost or plus plus something?
We're thinking, Mr. Chair, that's why we're asking DOF for already some discount, Mr. Chair, so that it can be something that can be lower than the prevailing.
Okay, but if that happens, then the taxpayers will absorb the discount, meaning the losses, because obviously if you sell below cost, you will incur losses.
Well, Mr. Chair, we are just transforming the subsidy into a discounted fuel, Mr. Chair. In other words, the 6,500 subsidy, we intend to use that in terms of fuel, discounted fuel, Mr. Chair.
Ah, okay. So meaning the 6,000 pesos will go
Yes,
in the
Mr. Chair.
form of this to go to this what you are planning.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Chairman, just submit to us that concept paper or what you've read earlier,
Yes,
because
we'll do that.
you came in choppy, so we can include that into the records, and
Yes,
also a
Mr. Chair.
concept paper.
We'll do
So
that, Mr. Chair.
when do you see the first when do you see the first purchase?
Well, this should be within April, Mr. Chair, because we will be, our term will be ending in June or until our replacement is properly seated.
And what volume are you looking at this April?
Well, we're looking at the equivalent of the 2.5 billion, Mr. Chair.
Ah,
Because,
okay, okay,
yes,
okay. So you plan to the concept here is to use the 2.5 billion, and the discounted fuel will be sold to the PUVs.
yes, Mr. Chair, PUJs and whoever are the targeted beneficiaries, Mr.
All
Chair.
right. Okay. Yeah. I get your process. Just submit to us a concept paper, no, just to for us to study.
Yes, we'll do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I've called a lot of the resource persons, but if there are any other resource person who wants to give their thoughts or to share their insights or to make comments on this topic, please feel free to. Hey, Ernie, yeah, I was calling you earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting MAP to attend. We just have a few comments, Mr. Chair. As you're very well aware, any significant increases will affect the prices of everything, not only transportation, power, food, etc., merchandise. No? And so what happens that it has a very major impact. These oil prices have a very major impact on business, and particularly at this point in time when we're trying to get back on our feet economically. In such a situation, Mr. Chair, and considering the current price increases and projected price increases, which are pretty alarming. And as a matter of fact, I think Attorney Ann also did mention, I heard it mentioned by DOE that the PIPA projects prices of generation to go as high as 9 pesos per kilowatt hour. from the current 490 to 5 pesos, which has a very major impact on consumers and business. In this regard, Mr. Chair, we would like to confirm our support for any move at this point in time to lift any of the taxes that are currently being imposed on fuel, including but not limited to import tariff, excise tax, VAT, etc., because this would help alleviate the cost impact. So any move to temporarily suspend the implementation of this would be very welcome to business. In addition, Mr. Chair, we had in the past also mentioned that maybe the Malampaya Fund could be used to subsidize also some of the not only power price cost adjustments, but maybe the Malampaya Fund could also be used in order to subsidize fuel prices for the concerned sectors. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, we would also like to ask ERC to reconsider in the WSM of removing these price caps, because as we had initially projected, we're headed for a shortage. I know this will be part of your discussion in a subsequent hearing, but for ERC to consider this point in time, a study removing the price caps on WSM, because this is a disincentive, particularly for the peaking plants to come in. With that regard, Mr. Chair, again, thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you, Ernie, for those insights. And definitely, MAP is an important advisor of this committee, and you have contributed a lot to the legislation that we, a lot of the pieces of legislation that we crafted. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I
It's our pleasure.
believe that DTI has a presentation to make. Thank you, Ernie. We call
Thank
on
you, Mr.
DTI.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, DTI.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Senator Win Gatchalian. My name, sir, is Yusek Peri Rodolfo of DTI BOI. We have a presentation, but siguro, sir, I'll just start with some general statements. Tapos, kung gusto nyo pa, sir, mag-present kami, we will do so. But it's on what we are doing with respect to prices of basic commodities. But Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, we are guided by the results of the March 7 meeting of the Economic Development Cluster, where the 14-point recommendations were presented by EDC Chair Sec Sani Dominguez and EDA Sec Carl Chua were presented to the President. Ang nangyari kasi nung March 7, I am not too sure, Honorable Chair, if this was the presentation that you were referring to earlier, yung may nakita kayong presentation. But this is, title ko ng presentation ni Sec Sani and Sec Carl to the President was Mitigating the Impact of Russia-Ukraine Crisis on the People. And on that presentation, sir, yung 14-point recommendations, there are several which were already covered by Yusek Val Brion and also by Yusek Erquisa earlier dun sa presentations ng DOF and ni DOE. So we support the short-term and the long-term recommendations of DOE as presented by Yusek Erquisa insofar as they relate to mandates of the Department of Trade and Industry. Tapos so kasi dun sa presentation na 14-point recommendations, in particular yung those related to DTI are number 1, meron ho kasi doon na remove the pass-through charges that logistics companies have to pay to LGUs and subdivisions. Notwithstanding a memorandum circular coming from, I believe it was the DILG, the ARTA, and the DOF, encouraging our LGUs na tanggalin na yung mga pass-through charges. Yung mga logistics companies so natin, may mga reports pa rin kami na nagbabayad ng mga pass-through charges sa certain LGUs, kaya sana ho maalis na yung pass-through charges na yon. And second ho, yung reduction of tariffs, another recommendation from that EDC meeting. Ito directly related pagdating sa energy dun sa what was mentioned by Attorney Ann of PIPA earlier, yung pagtanggal ng MFN tariff rates on coal. And just for the information of the body, I'm sure that the participants here who are interested with respect to coal tariffs would know that there would be a tariff commission public hearing on March 22, specifically on coal. And then there are other commodities which will be subjected to a tariff commission public hearing. And Honorable Chair, this will be on sa March 21, ang topic ko would be rice and pork. Sa March 22, in addition to coal, yung corn naman po. And third, we support the Department of Energy in implementing the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, including by way of promotions and incentives. We have already included these activities in the SIPP, yun kung ating Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, where currently yung ating kung IPP 2020 serves as the transitional SIPP. Kasama din ko dito sa present natin to the EDC and what was presented eventually to the President, yung promoting the use of electric vehicles, including mga charging stations. So very important yung buong electric vehicle ecosystem, so including charging stations. And the CTRM chair, si Secretary Mon Lopez, has also directed. Sorry.
Yeah, can we? Yeah, there. Na-mute na po. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The CTRM Chair, Secretary Mon Lopez, has already directed for the filing of the reduction or elimination of tariffs for electric vehicles. We are very hopeful that eventually we will be able to see the Electric Vehicle Act passed soon. And then fourth, together with the Department of Energy, we are studying the lifting of the restriction of foreign ownership in solar, wind, and tidal energy, renewable energy sources. We're looking if this can be done by way of an amendment in the IRR. Yun lang ho, Honorable Chair. Those are the initiatives on the part of DTI as mandated by the presentation to the President last March 7. My colleague si Asek Ann Cabotyan has a separate presentation, but this is on prices, on the initiatives of DTI to mitigate impact of fuel increases to basic necessities and prime commodities. If you still think, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, that that would be useful for this public hearing. Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, we can do that, Asek. Since fuel is a basic ingredient to all consumer products. So let's proceed with the presentation so that we'll have a full view, not only on how to mitigate prices and coming out with some plans to mitigate supply, but also on the downstream, which is the products themselves. So yeah, let's proceed with the presentation.
Asek Ann, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Yusek Perry. If the presentation can please be shared. The impact of fuel price hike on basic necessities and prime commodities. Just as an introduction, Mr. Chair, of course, the DTI is one of the implementing agencies of the Price Act, that is Republic Act number 7581. And we have under the DTI's purview a list of basic necessities and prime commodities. Our BNPC bulletin has 216 self-keeping units, and the prices of which we monitor on a very regular basis, and especially at this time. The latest BNPC price bulletin was issued just last January 27, 2022. So next slide, please. So just to highlight, then in coming up with a suggested retail price, it is the manufacturer of these BNPCs that give the price to DTI, which the DTI studies. So we go, the Consumer Policy and Advocacy Bureau under the Consumer Protection Group conducts an in-depth study of the cost structure of these products, and under the analysis, we also look into invoices as well as prices in the world market, like prices of flour, for instance, oil, and oil, or and other tin cans and other raw materials or inputs to these products. So on, can you go to the next page, please? Next slide, please. So on the percentage share of the fuel on these BNPCs, while the tensions in the Ukraine-Russia borders have pushed higher global oil prices, it is noteworthy that the BNPC's distribution costs consist of different factors such as logistics, delivery charges, wages, fuel, and other costs. So the distribution cost of fuel was computed based on the cost structures used by DTI for the calculation of prices of BNPCs, which ranges from 2% to 12%. So in the next slide, it can be shown that, for instance, for canned sardines, the percentage of share of fuel would be from 3 to 12%. For processed milk, it's 5%. For coffee,
we cannot see your presentation.
um,
I think someone in your team is controlling that. So
yes. AD check, please.
Yes, ASEC, wait lang po.
Can we go to the slide on percentage share, please, AD check? Yes. So on that slide, you can see that for the percentage share of fuel to the distribution cost, it's going to be 3.12% for canned sardines, processed milk 5%, coffee 2 to 5%, canned meat 5 to 9%, soap 3 to 5%, and for candles it is 4 to 10%. So it's an average of for all these products between 2 to 12%. So next slide, please. So these are the DTI initiatives in ensuring the stability of the prices of our BNPCs. Next slide, please. We have intensified our price monitoring activity for these BNPCs. The suggested retail price, of course, is applicable to groceries and supermarkets. So on a regular basis, for key cities and municipalities, there's weekly monitoring. In other areas that are not considered as key cities, it is a monthly monitoring. And the importance being that in case there is also any of those conditions that are set forth under the Price Act, like a state of calamity, a state of emergency, when these are put into place, when you have a declaration, for instance, of a state of calamity, the suggested retail price, the monitored price, becomes the basis for a price ceiling. So the price ceiling, which is for a non-extendable period of 60 days. So aside from that being the basis for the price ceiling, it is also one of the tools that we use in studying price trends for these commodities. So this is the list of our products that are under the SRP. So you would have general headings there. There would be canned sardines. There would be processed milk, condensed milk, noodles, evaporated milk, evaporada, and all throughout. So those are our basic necessities. Under prime commodities, you would have the canned meat. So canned sardines would be basic, but canned meat would be under the prime commodities. So we also have a list which we call the gabay sa pamimili ng school supplies. And this is usually implemented before the start of the school year. So that is our latest list as of May 25, 2019. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So it is important that when the manufacturers submit their proposed suggested retail price, that they await the decision of the DTI in approving such suggested retail price. So while the initiatives comes from them to submit that price, it is the DTI secretary that approves that is the suggested retail price, and that SRP becomes applicable only upon publication of the SRP bulletin by the DTI. Last week, the National Price Coordinating Council was convened, but because of the failure to be able to get a quorum, there were no resolutions that were issued. But the meeting proceeded because there were also some members and private sector stakeholders, and the presentations that were prepared for the meeting were also presented. So last Friday, the Consumer Protection Group also met with the manufacturers of these BNPCs. We wanted to know their inventory level, so we are sure of supply, and also to keep communications lines open, because there have been some manufacturers, of course, that have also submitted letters requesting for some price adjustments. And just this morning, a meeting was held where the Consumer Protection Group met with retailers because we wanted to also point out that some of per the monitoring reports, some of the products in our list could not be found in most of the shelves, so we were asking them for replenishment of these inventories. So next slide, please. This is a project which started in July last year, the Presyong Reasonable Dapat program. If you recall, I think it was in 2018 that there was a PRD program for rice. This time, given the shortage of pork because of ASF, we came out with a PRD frozen meat edition. So right now we already have, I think, 113 members, retailers that are carrying these frozen meat, which we coordinated with importers to be able to sell these meat at Robinsons, at Pure Gold, at Metro supermarkets. And we have also rolled out the PRD edition, just like we do with the Descuento caravans. And so far we have had 31 weekend stores last year, and for 2022 we have had 2. Next slide, please. And of course, this is a joint project of the Philippine baking industry and the industry group and the Philippine Federation of Bakers Association and the Filipino Chinese Bakers Association. We would like to promote this project, the Pinoy Tasty. If you look at our SRP list, there are only 2 kinds of bread that are in that list, and that is Pinoy Tasty and the Pinoy Pandesal. So next slide, please. And of course, we have this weekly program to increase consumer awareness, and where a lot of information that consumers need are easily accessible. So we have Consumer at Tibapa in BZBB every Saturday, and we have consumer care webinars that are held on a very regular basis, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And of course, other DTI programs, Negosyo at Tibapa and the DTI 1, DTI King. So that is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC, for that. Thank you very much for that update. Well, I would like to open the floor for other comments from our resource persons. If they have any comments that they want to share, or any insights that they want to tell the body. Any comments po? Hearing none, well, based on the presentations. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yusek Posadas or
Yes,
PNOC.
yes, Yusek. Go ahead, Yusek.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'll deliver a contextual message from Secretary Alfonso Jucusi, who wanted delivered on his behalf.
Yes, go ahead po. Go ahead.
Okay, executive branches like the DOE and its energy family members implements the legislative policy regime enshrined in legislations like the Downstream oil industry and the electric power industry deregulation and reform acts. These legislations have effectively passed on to the private sector the running of the day-to-day operations of oil and electricity markets under an open and competitive commodity market with a minimum of government intervention and regulation. This has resulted in the serious and significant challenge for government to ensure the security and reliability of oil and electricity supply as a matter of public interest, since the private sector would, in practice, exert all efforts to keep expenses to the minimum. For example, oil inventories and power capacities in compliance to the minimum inventory requirement, and in minimizing standby power capacities, which only get paid when operating and not when on standby mode only. Thus, the DOE has been relentless in continually coordinating with the legislative branch to cover the gaps identified to ensure energy security in both oil and electricity supply, which have not advanced at the desired pace where external events have overtaken these efforts. Examples of these are the following, which hopefully can be considered on a catch-up mode. Number 1, review of the 1998 Downstream oil industry deregulation and the 2001 Electricity Power Industry Reform Acts, which can affirm the government's participation in these industries if only to fill in the critical reserve stocks, for example, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve under Section 5C and the Contingency Powers of DOE Act of 1992, and reserve electricity power ancillary services and replacement capacities in response to serious oil and power supply disruptions and resulting sharp price increases brought about by severe natural and man-made disasters. Number two, mandatory oil minimum inventory requirement and the ancillary service power capacities. Number three, mandatory retail oil price unbundling without violating company trade secrets. Number four, automatic review of import duty, excise tax for temporary suspension upon reaching threshold oil, gas, and coal price levels. Number five, flexible implementation of biofuels blend depending on their cost contribution to retail pump prices during fuel and power supply disruptions. Number six, more accessible fuel subsidy implementation for support of targeted most affected sectors. And number seven, review the audit mechanism, including the WAC performance indicator in compensating the electric power transmission concessionaire to their investment recovery. That's all, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
Thank you for that, Yusek. And we took note of all of those suggestions, and I believe that after 6 years in DOE, that you have collated all the items that are needed to improve the performance of the department and also improve the welfare of our consumers. Please submit to us that speech so that we can put in motion several of the legislative recommendations that you have. I agreed with the review. In any law, I agree that it should be reviewed periodically to the benefit of our consumers. So with that, we have heard a lot of comments from our resource persons, and of course, some important information from the Department of Energy. And I came to a conclusion that our weakest link right now is actually the distribution of the Pantawid Pasada, which is quite delayed. No? The Pantawid Pasada for the jeepney drivers, I'm happy to hear that it's going to be distributed this week, hopefully finished by next week. But the remaining, which is for the tricycle drivers as well as the transportation drivers, which are the Grab and the Food Pandas of our country, has not yet initiated, has not yet started. And there's no timetable that can be shared to us. No? And this is quite disappointing considering that the budget is already there. No, yung pondo nandyan na ho eh. It's just a matter of getting our act together. It's quite disappointing to hear that there's no timetable that can be shared to this committee. In fact, we've run our own simulation, and just for our drivers to cover the increase. No, we ran our own simulation in here in the committee just to cover the increase, no? Because we all know that right now prices of oil is hovering around $120 per barrel. So if you look at number two, we should be giving at least 6,600 pesos monthly subsidy. So for a 3-month subsidy, that's around 19,000 pesos. And that will cost us about 7.4 billion. No, that is where we are right now at $120 per barrel. This is just to cover the increase, meaning if we don't touch the fares and we will just give our drivers a reprieve on the increase of oil prices, we should give them at least 6,600 per month, or else they will be subsidizing it using their own money. So I call on the DOTR and the LTFRB to hasten the distribution of Pantawid Pasada, especially to our tricycle drivers, and to our delivery delivery entities. Like I said, if the tricycle drivers is easy, all the local government units, they have that. In fact, in Valenzuela, we can submit to you the list and we can give you, and we can distribute the money immediately like tomorrow if you give us the funds. So that's how fast LGUs can work. No? So may utang na nga tayo ngayon to our drivers because we're only giving them 2,000 pesos per month, which is the first business as usual role. So we're actually may utang na tayo sa ating mga drivers. Second, it's good to hear that the DOE is monitoring the minimum inventory requirement, and it's good to hear from the industry players that this is being fulfilled. And of course, I am requesting from our friends in DOE to monitor the MIR at these critical times, and also for our oil players to report the MIR and fulfill the MIR to the letter. It's important that we have that minimum inventory requirement because in an event that supply will be curtailed, we have physical oil on our shores. And based on the computation earlier, worst case scenario, we will still have at least 20% of oil that can supply our country. So it's important to monitor the MIR and to fulfill the MIR. In terms of allocation of funds, I call on the Department of Finance to allocate the remaining 20 billion from the incremental increase in VAT. I showed you earlier that we will need 7 billion on top 7 billion just to cover the 6,000 pesos that I am recommending. So that's an additional of 5 billion. But the 20 billion should be used as a standby fund because we don't know how long this crisis will last. This is only a 3-month projection. So if it will last for another 6 months, that 7 billion will double to 14 billion. So that 20 billion should be reserved for the use of should be reserved for the subsidies to our drivers and our delivery people. I'm open to reviewing the oil deregulation law. I'm open to looking at the unbundling recommendation of the department. But I also recognize the proprietary nature of the contracts, and we should respect that. A lot of the oil companies have special relationship with their suppliers. A lot of the oil companies have special arrangement with their suppliers, and that's their competitive advantage. And it's not fair to release that to the public. But I'm open to improving the transparency mechanism of the oil deregulation law. It's important that our consumers are protected, and it's important that government has full information of pricing, especially in these times of uncertainty. We have to assure the public that private entities are not abusing the situation. We'll wait for the detail of the interim SPR as disclosed by Chairman Posadas. This is something that we supported since 2020 through the feasibility study, meaning the Senate is open in looking at a potential SPR. But my personal view on that, purchasing oil by government can lead to potential corruption or potential mishandling of funds. So I'm also looking at other models that we can follow. For example, government absorbing the carrying cost or government providing the facilities at minimal cost. In terms of suspension of excise taxes and other taxes, as I mentioned in many of my interviews, that's the last resort. I acknowledge that the revenue being collected from excise tax is quite substantial at 143 billion. But I do admit that the fastest way of making our consumers feel some reprieve is to suspend it, especially the middle class. The middle class are being squeezed out, no, because they have their cars, they go to the middle class, bring their own vehicles to the office, but they're not getting any subsidies. No? And they're not earning also as much as, for example, those who are in the upper echelons of our society. So as a last resort, I'm open to looking at that, but we have to monitor the situation. Hopefully, the situation will ease up in the next few weeks, because I can also see that based on the disclosure earlier by some of our resource persons, especially Shell, there are approximately about 5 million barrels of oil that can be tapped from Saudi Arabia and from US. Hopefully that will be released soon so that we will have some reprieve in the oil price. But as a last resort, I'm open in looking at that. So again, thank you very much for your time. And this is an ongoing hearing. I still want to go deeper into the discussion of the Oil Deregulation Act. Earlier, we just touched some of the concepts that the Department of Energy is proposing, but we want to go into deeper so that we will finally file a bill that will amend it. Again, I'm open to reviewing that, considering that this law is 30 years old already. And in any law, we need to review and make sure that it's reflective of what is the current situation. So with that, I thank the Department of Energy, of course, the Department of Transportation, DTI, PNOC, all the private resource persons who joined us today and to give us their suggestion. I'm very grateful for your time and for your openness in addressing this pressing issue at hand. Again, this is an ongoing hearing, considering that this issue is ongoing. The next hearing we will call on is about the impending or the potential brownouts that is swirling around the news and around the industry. We would like to talk about that and see again what mitigating measures have the department put in place to avoid potential brownouts, especially this coming May, wherein we will have a very important presidential election. We need to make sure that the election outcome is credible, and there's no doubts among our populace, and the election outcome will be as smooth as possible with full electricity in all of our polling precincts. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Maraming salamat po. I thank the Department of Energy for their briefing earlier. So this hearing is hereby suspended.